Couple of cars down here at the moment, Spiro Demu and Robin Phyllis. Nice launch there for Robin. She gets away on a 155 reaction. Gets a good launch down there, running a 6.2, runs a 630, got 108 mile an hour and an 813 at 85 miles an hour there for Spiro. Next pairing, a couple of good looking HQs out there at the moment. Peter Carianis gets away there. Craig Thompson having a little bit of trouble getting away there, but Carianis gets away nicely in the HQ. He runs through, ladies and gentlemen, at a 757 at 88 miles an hour on a 229 reaction. Looks like a bit of a problem here for the Craig Thompson car. Couple of nice looking cars popping under the tower here. The beautiful little pale blue Charger. They're a popular car, very, very good race car too for many years. Big engines, big 6 cylinders in them. Unfortunately, Craig Thompson's car has popped out at the lane here, so just being pushed back. Bit of a shame so early in the day, but good thing about it, being early in the day, there's a good chance he might be able to get it running and ready to rock and roll a little bit later here on our Nostalgia Weekend. Robbie Camilleri coming up next. Nice to see Robbie out here again. And he's running in the Falcon in lane 1, the Max Cranes equipment hire lane 1. In the Artworks lane 2, we've got Jeff Farley. Jeff will be coming up once this car's out of the way. He's running the HX Holden.
Are you sure they started it?
Robbie Camilleri out there, nice little car there, running a few cars now. He's got a beautiful orange HG that he's probably home in the shed at the moment, and also he's got the GTO Pontiac. Good start by Camilleri, gets away nicely on a 253, runs a 660 at 105 miles an hour. Nice looking car there. We are live streaming, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a look at your laptops at the moment, you'll see Mark Humphrey down there from Sporting Scribe Muscle. He's around about the 150 foot mark on the track there with the camera going, so you'll be able to watch live streaming for the whole event. Max Bruggy coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Kylie O'Connell, Max Bray out there in the little 327 cubic inch Chevrolet model Hillman Hunter. That is the actual car, ladies and gentlemen, that won the London Sydney Rally in 1968. Going back a few football seasons there. And Muttley, little HB Tirana of Kylie O'Connell. Max Bruggy down there, ladies and gentlemen, a handicap driver, actually does a very, very good job. You might have seen Max running around his little motorised wheelchair earlier today. It's great to see the man has got no boundaries and will drag race. Look at that, good launch, little 327 gets away nicely. He gets away on a 382 and a 672 for Kylie. Max goes through on a 721 at 94 and a 776 at 89 mile an hour for Kylie. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about Ford versus Holden. Jamie Maslin out here in the Falcon running up against Barry Ross and that immaculate Holden Premier. Look at the EH down there. Nice set of centre lines on the EH and a nice set of Convo Pros on the big black Falcon. Nice bulge in the bonnet. That is amazing. Look, Jamie Maslinakoff's car, absolutely stunning. Barry Ross's car, stunning. A little bit slower at a 634 for Maslinakoff, but goes through nicely on a 670 at 101 mile an hour and a 680 at 100 mile an hour there for Jamie in the Falcon. Beautiful start for the day. Here we go. Look at this big Kev O'Neill out here at the moment and Paul Circuit. Paul out there in the Tirana. Big Kev O'Neill. Thanks to Kev O'Neill and the boys. They turned up the other night at Drag Racing Central at Stella's Pizza. Big thanks to Ross and the crew down at Stella's for a fantastic evening there. And today's meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is sponsored by Drag Race Central. For our next meeting will be on the 9th of September at Stella's Pizza on the Monday night. So be there or be square, but at least listen to us. It's going to be a fantastic meeting. That is when we get live stream out of Stella's Pizza in Altona on the 9th of September, and we do Drag Racing Central. We had a great night the other night, very successful. Paul Circuit gets one at 284, fantastic looking little car, and a 270 there for Kev O'Neill, but Circuit goes rushing through on a 6190 at 109 mile an hour against an 890 at 58 mile an hour there for Kev O'Neill. A bit slow for Kev, but hopefully whatever the problem is, he can get it solved and get it back out there. Looking next pair, we got Steve Ibbis and Christopher Leslie. Christopher in lane 2 in the little green LH Tirana. Up against Stephen Ibbotson. He is out there in another LH Tirana, a little black one in the Max Cranes and Equipment Hire lane 1. Great to see so many people here today starting to spectate along the fence line. And we might need crowd control over on the spectator mound. There's a few there already, so we'll see how we go. Nice burn on both tyres. To our spectators over on the mound there, at any time during the day, you are very welcome to wander through the pits. Just be very careful wandering through the pits. There will be cars on tow, so just be very careful as they go through there. Don't run between them. They'll have tow lines there. But you are very, very welcome to wander through the pits at any time you like. 681 for Everton in the black car, 668 for Chris Leslie in the green machine. Now, he grew legs, ran a 770. Ran a 7. Luda Turbo out there at the moment. He's in lane 1 in the dark green Falcon. What a fantastic looking paint job. And Johnny Calandras, who ran here 20 years ago at the first meetings. Great to see John still running in the Monaro. And Johnny's out there in lane 2, the Artworks lane 2. Lane 1, Luda Turbo. Beautiful looking Falcon out there. I think it's an XE. Yes, it is. Nice set of convos on it. And a beautiful dark green paint job. It looked black when it first rolled out. Sun hits the car. Looks fantastic. Nice launch, both cars. 432 for the Turbo. 336 there for Johnny Calandras. Both cars go through the traps at the other end there. 760 at 92 for Calandras and a 704 at 96 miles an hour for the Turbo in the Falcon. So one down to the forwards. Here we go, brothers in arms. Simon Lazaro and Matty Smart. Matty out there in the little 6-cylinder powered little Corolla. Now this thing is a hot rod. Fantastic little car. And the beautiful, looks like he's gone back to carbies on top now. In the Simon Lazaro car, did run a puffer on top for a while, but gone back to running carburetors. Simon out there in lane 1 in the HQ. Nice launch, both in 560 and a 533. Runs through on a 731 for Lazaro in the hold, and a 698 at 96, 98 miles an hour there for Matty Smart. Kenny Borg out here, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny out here in this immaculate looking little purple Cortina. And he's running up against Luke Preston. Luke out there in the 1-tonner in lane 1. Good looking car, the old QE 1-tonner. These two cars pretty much about the same era. Around the early 70s. Model Cortina were little giant killers in their time. Running a nice set of Convoy Pros all around, and the beautiful Cadbury coloured paint job. A 546 and a 5.6. Couple of very slow cars there on their reaction time of 6.5 seconds and a 5.6 seconds. Andrew Ricketts coming through now, ladies and gentlemen. He is doing a solo pass. No, he's not. We've got two cars there. Andrew's out there in lane 1. We're running up against the XE Falcon in lane 2. Both cars just being rolled forward. Convo Pro's out there. Good looking wheel, the old Convo Pro. Nice and light, good for drag racing. That's what they were built for. Also a nice looking set of mags on the XE belt. 429, and he belts out on a 155 on his 60. Still runs a 650 at 108 and a 705 at 99. That is an excellent 60 footer for Andrew Ricketts. He'll be happy with that, a 150. Scotty McKenzie out here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, in the Cameo Beige FE Holden. Good looking car. Got a nice little bulge in the bonnet of this car now. You might not notice, it looks like a stock bonnet. It took him a long time to roll that bonnet out. Good looking car, Scotty McKenzie. Bit of a burn on nice 818 on the 720 at 100 miles an hour there for Scott McKenzie.
Going to show me your tats,
Kyle Carusi out here. Look at the Chevrolet Camaro, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely stunning looking machine. 327 cubic inches of rally sport, and it's a right clunker. Got the steering wheel on the right side, running up against a little Mustang out there. The Camaro gets away. Good looking car, one of the best looking cars ever to grace the earth. 972 at 101 mile an hour and a 701 at 99 miles an hour for the Mustang. For the Camaro, sorry. Paul Jennings, ladies and gentlemen. Paul, the current Australian Super Street champion. You'll see the number one on his back window there. He's got the family wagon out for a bit of a drag race. You have a look in the back seat, you'll probably see a picnic basket and a crocheted rug. Tony Antonio out here in the little S-Series Valiant. Good looking little car. Got a frying pan hanging out the bonnet there. Looks terrific. Great looking car, the old S-Series Valiant, and got a 318 cubic inches, the old Fireball engine in it. Both cars get away nice. Jennings gets on a 194 and a 296 for Antonio. Jennings goes through on a 7001 at 96 and a 707 at 97 for Tony Antonio in that beautiful little white S-Series. Don't forget, if you have any problems today, ladies and gentlemen, please come and let us know about them so we can help solve them, because we want everyone to do as many laps as we can today. Robbie Atkinson coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. He is out there in the Chevrolet Camaro in lane one. Gorgeous looking car. And Tony Lamana. Tony out there in the little Chevrolet Vega. Another good looking little car. We'll see a couple of these Vegas running here today. Good looking little car, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the lines on that roof line going back there. You can see where the hatchback Tirana came from, ladies and gentlemen. These cars were never actually delivered into Australia, the Chevrolet Vega, but when you look at that, about the same size of the Tirana, and the Tirana in Australia, as we all know, became a giant killer. The Chevrolet Camaro out there, Robbie Atkinson's car, fantastic looking car. I think it's an SS. Yes, it is. Got the dial across, and it's got the hidden headlights. It is a 67. You can tell it's a 67 because it's got quarter windows. 68s didn't have them. Tony gets away nice. The Camaro growing legs. Tony gets through on a 601 at 114, a 692 at 106 mile an hour for Robbie Atkinson. car, we've got Deb O'Connell coming out in the Mustang and Jason Winnan coming out in the big Chevrolet Impala. Getting a nice burn on the tyres there in this big heavy Chevy. Talking to the boys this morning, Jason and the boys down there this morning showed them a Chevrolet Biscayne from a good friend of mine in Cleveland, Ohio, the Kostick family. Rick, Chuck, Mike and Crystal, beautiful family over there. Spent a lot of time with them when I'm in the States. Fantastic people. And he has got one of the best looking Biscaynes you have ever seen. If you have a look on my Facebook site, Alan Ward, go through my photos, you will see a couple of shots of the best looking Biscayne in the world. Looks like the winning car having a few problems there. Hopefully not too much. He's being able to back out under its own power, so there's a problem. So Deb O'Connell gets away at 367 in the little 74 Mustang, running a 302. She runs through a 973 at 71 miles an hour. Just having a look at some of the comments that have come through already on my Facebook site and from Sporting Scribe Muscle. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're going to say something on Sporting Scribe, make sure you subscribe to the page so that your comments will come through to us on the computer. Craig Norris, can you please come to the tower and see Lauren Cookle, please? Craig Norris, can you please come to the tower and see Lauren Cookle? Thanks, Craig. Just got a few comments, as I said, have come through, ladies and gentlemen. Big thanks to Con Gunner. Dropping in to say good day and everything, and he's asked me to give all drag racing fans a good plug, and also the facility here at Mildura. It's fantastic. The Sunset Strip, one of the best strips. 20 years now it's been running. The drag club has been running for about 350 years, but the drag club here at Sunset Strip's been running for about 20. And what we're doing is running drag racing as often as possible with race your mates, test and tunes, etc. Pretty much all over Australia we do that, just about every club we can, and the reason for that is to encourage new members all the time. Please come and become a member of a drag club. If you've got friends who are at home, get them on the box at the moment and have a chat with them. Tell them we're racing here, tell them we are at Sporting Scribe Muscle, and have a look on Sporting Scribe Muscle so that they can see what drag racing is all about. So encourage them to get onto the laptops, onto their phones or something. Have a look on Sporting Scribe through YouTube. Subscribe to the channel so any comment you pass will come through. And please make them favourable comments. All our volunteers and all our staff work very, very hard to promote drag racing. So please, positive all the time with drag racing. It's the greatest sport. It's the fastest growing sport in the world. I had the privilege of going to America a couple of months back and having a fantastic time at Dragway 42, who are running Nostalgias this weekend too. So it's great to see. And big thanks to Rob, Ronnie and Marianne Matcham and Gary and Terry Mathers over there at Harper's for their invitation over there. And my friends, the Kennedy family over there, have just recently got married. And big thanks to them too for their hospitality and great people over there. So they looked after me, but the beautiful part about when you go over there, they run their meetings pretty much the same as we run our meetings. And they're supposed to be the be-all and end-all, and we do it right too. There we go, Andrew Braithwaite, ladies and gentlemen. He is out here in the rail in lane 2. And Andrew Chessel's out here in the Monaro, a 209 mile an hour pass at Swan Hill earlier in the year. Getting a nice burn on the tyres there. He's out of Helen Performance, and Andrew Braithwaite in the rail. He is out of Adelaide in South Australia. As I said, Chessel's at Swan Hill on the quarter mile earlier this year, a 209 mile an hour pass. So Supercharged Outlaws usually running, and they are running top Eliminator today. Andrew Chessel's just backing up now. Looks like the Braithwaite car might be having a problem. They're going to push it back. Hopefully he can get it started and run it again. But Andrew Chessel's out there. Matty Ponton pushing him back. And there's one of our drag racing legends himself too, ladies and gentlemen. Tommy Easton out there just wandering back. That's the young gentleman out there who's dyed his hair grey for us. I see Nicky Ellis is running an altered today. Just got the altered body on the car. And there was talk that Tommy Easton would be jumping in the seat if Nicky didn't turn up, so that was a little bit of fun. Looks like the Braithwaite car being pushed back. Not sure what's Andrew into the chute. The car is off. Just putting him in a safety area there behind a barrier at the moment so they can get the car down before this car overheats. Straight down the centre there, off he goes there, 167 mile an hour pass. Both the bags of washing pop out and flare beautifully as he goes right up to the top end. Good pass there for Andrew Chessel's, a 4:37 at 167 miles an hour. A great pass there for 167 mile an hour pass there for Andrew Chessel's, first for the day. That'll bring the confidence up for Big Andy. Well done, mate. Just looking there on Sporting Sky Muscle on the replay, we have got two big shots coming out at the moment. Looking fantastic. Track looks spectacular out there. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've got the Gambler, black shining and beautiful, Jason Kiley running up against Tim Stewart. Tim in the Stang, fantastic looking car too. Unfortunately for Braithwaite, car is turned off and being pushed back to the pits. Hopefully whatever the problem is something ridiculous and they can get it fixed up and get him back out here for a bit more fun very, very soon. Jason Kiley, ladies and gentlemen, coming up now. He is in the black, shining and beautiful, the Gambler. It's a 1934 Ford running a 580 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. And he's up against the 620 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in the Mustang. Jason trying to get a nice burn on those big bags on the back of that car. David Thornton wandering out there. Looks like he's crew chiefing with Susie Stewart in the Stang. Backing Tim right up there, came a little bit off kilter there at the moment, so backing him right up there so he can straighten himself up, get him nice centre in the lanes. Paul Carroll out there with Jason Kiley. Paul Carroll just bringing Jason up, just waiting for Tim to get himself settled before he brings Jason up into the chute. Good chiefing out there. The crew chiefs do a fantastic job here of settling their drivers, bringing him up, getting him comfortable, putting him in there. As you can well imagine, Tim cannot see straight through that car because he's got a big thing in front of him called a supercharger. So what he's got to do is pretty much gauge on the walls of where he's going. Same thing for Jason. He's sitting out to the left, so he'll be able to see fairly good. But the thing is, they've got those great big supercharger hats in front of them, and they'll have to look at the tree to get their go. Jason Kiley gets wheels up twice there beautifully. 0.71 on the reaction, runs a 460 at 152 and a 440. 136 for Tim Stewart, so 152 mile an hour pass already with the wheels up. Jason Kiley, fantastic run there for both cars. Kiley gets the wheels up on second gear there too. Fantastic looking cars. Both cars exiting the track at the top of the track there, so out of the way. Well done, drivers. Cars look fantastic. You can pick those up on YouTube on Sporting Scribe. Michael Holmes coming up next. He's up against Greg Angus. Now, Greg just took his last meeting out, took the trophy home, so he's raring to go again. It's his birthday just the other day too, so happy birthday to Greg. And Michael Holmes coming up in this beautiful new Altered. This car is only very, very young. Still got the chalk marks on the tyres. Now, Michael in his first pass here at Mildura at a test and tune did his best ever 60-footer ever in his drag racing career in this very car. So we'll see how he goes. Oh, Greg Angus getting a nice burn on the tyres in the HQ. Both cars being backed up there. Michael Holmes out of Port Pirie in South Australia being sponsored by Max Crane's Equipment Hire, and Max Crane's Equipment Hire Lane 1 sponsors the Artworks Lane 2. There's Greg Angus and Greg Angus Motors. Running a big block Ford engine in the Altered there of Michael Holmes, and a Chevrolet engine in the Greg Angus car. Now he's running a 376 cubic inch, and the Altered of Michael Holmes is running a 430 cubic inch Ford engine. Love the way that Holden is just lumping forward. Gets a little bit too close to the wall and decides just to drive it through, but Greg Angus goes through nicely on a 520 at 134, 636, 96 miles an hour there for Michael Holmes. Big launch, the car slew sideways towards the wall, so it does it very, very confidently. Backs her out and just rolls it through. So well done, Michael Holmes. A great pass there for Greg Angus. Here we go, another little Chevrolet Vega with our legend of drag racing too, Bobby Sherry. Bob out there, got a new little puffer on board on this car now. He'll be running up against Milo Dockick, old Venus himself. So we've got a little Chevrolet Vega running a puffer on it now, and the big Wild Willies of Milo Dockick. A 469 cubic inch Chevrolet in the little Monza of Bob Sherry. Looks like he might be doing a solo pass here for Bob. Yes, this is the first pass with this car with a supercharger on it, ladies and gentlemen. Been running naturally aspirated for many, many years in the little gangster. Now, as we know, Bob Sherry, ladies and gentlemen, I think he's into his 50th year in drag racing, so he's only a youngster in the sport. But been running everything. I don't think he's driven a junior dragster, but I think he has driven everything else. Right up to Top Fuel, ran the NEC Top Fuel car for many years. Great to see this little Chevrolet with the puffer out the bonnet. Love that grunting sound, don't you? They just lope on the big cam. Bob Sherry, ladies and gentlemen, coming up into the lights. Let's see how he goes. His first pass in competition with the little Chevrolet Noga. Here he goes. Not running like he wanted to, but I know Bob will get it back into the pit, smack it with the right spanner, and he'll get it back out there a little bit later for us. So Bob Sherry, ladies and gentlemen, his first pass and a little blown Nova. Just having a look around. We must thank all our sponsors too, ladies and gentlemen, do a fantastic job out here, especially Sporting Scribe Muscle. Their broadcast, their telecast today is sponsored by Drag Racing Central, and we will have our next Drag Race Central at Stella's Pizza in Altona on the 9th of September. It'll be the 9th of September at 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone, please, if you live in the Melbourne area or close to the Melbourne area, please come and join us in. We had about 50 people there the other night. Had a fantastic evening, a lot of fun, great service by fellas. Nicky Ellis, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Nicky, running the altered body now. And he's running up against the Wild Willies of Venus de Milo himself. Nicky Ellis out there, ladies and gentlemen, one of the drivers today who was presented with a 20-year shield. Nicky was one of the drivers here, ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago when this course opened, when this strip opened. Nicky was one of the drivers that day, and he was presented with a nice little shield today in commemoration of 20 years racing here at the Sunraysia Drag Racing Association Sunset Strip, one of the best little quarter mile, 8th miles in Australia. All drag racing strips are great places. You meet the best people when you're drag racing. Big hi to Ian, Sonia and Zara aboard over there. Sorry I missed you the other week. But great to see young Zara over in China playing soccer, representing the area. And her mum Sonia over there. But Ian, great to see you over here too, mate. Sorry I missed you. But great to see you travelling all the way from the wild, wild west and coming to see us here in Mildura. Here we go, Nicky Ellis. Milo Dokic, Greg Escort just bringing him up. Nicky gets away nicely, a little bit of puff out of one of the pipes there as he goes across the line. He runs a 4:30 at 165. Milo gets away on a 7:23 at 82 miles an hour. A bit of a horrible start for him, gave it a good kick as he went across the line, no, but still rolling. Don't think the chutes have come out, no, but he's just travelling up there very sedately. Nicky's got the pink chute, and he's gone up into recovery. Milo turning off into recovery now. We'll see how he goes when he comes back. Nicky runs a 4:30. Good pass there for Nick. Chris Jackson coming up next, and Dan Hodkins will be the next pairing. Chris out there in the sedan. Looks like it might be a Mustang. Yes, it is, and a little altered out there. A blown altered of Dan Hodkins. Look at there's another blown altered, aren't they? A gorgeous looking car. Fantastic looking machine. Big wheels, big engine. Burn those tyres, put a bit of heat into them. The Mustang of Chris Jackson coming out now. Oh, doesn't that sound cool? Nice blown engines. Half-track burnout there for Dan Hodkins. Both cars coming back into stage now. We've got Chris Jackson out there. He is in lane 1. Dan Hodkins in lane 2 and the altered. I believe too the Dan Hodkins car has shirts for sale over in their pit. They are right over in the Supercharged pit. They're close to the staging lane. So if you want to wander over there, I believe they have it. They have, they're parked right over just off the staging lanes too. The orange car down there in lane 2. The territory trimmer. Here we go, both cars lining up now, just looking at their lights. Top stage for Hodkins. Jackson out there just rolling in nicely. Here we are, full. It's Pro Tree for both cars. Getting a little bit untidy there, but does the right thing, Hodkins, and backs it out as he gets close to the centre line. Good driving there, 567, 106 and a 685 there for Jackson at 120 mile an hour in the Mustang. Well driven there from Dan Hodkins. Veered a little bit to the right. He veered a little bit to the centre of the line, so Y Singh backed it out and took it nicely, nice all the way down. Here we go, Jaden Talbot now in the Forever Young Cooter, running up against Dave Pescio. Great to see Dave Pescio back out here in this beautiful altered. Fantastic looking car there with the beautiful paint job on it. Look at that, looks like a champagne gold colour with the orange stripe on it. Fantastic looking car, the altered. And the Forever Young. If you've never seen this car run with these Talbot boys driving these cars, ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your hats and watch this. They don't have feet, these boys, especially not their right foot. I think it's just all lead. Starting the car up now, you'll see it now, the Forever Young Cooter of Jaden Talbot. It's a Plymouth Cooter, beautiful looking car, lovely body shape. And he's running up against Dave Pescio. Dave is in lane 2, the Artworks lane 2. Look at this, what a wild looking machine, running a 427 cubic inch, and he's up against the 511 cubic inch Keith Black. Big heavy in the Plymouth Cooter. Wayne Talbot putting him back, the previous driver of this car, Wayne Talbot, now running an alcohol funny car. The boys just love their drag racing, and thanks to the Talbot family from the Talbot Vegetable Growers. It's great to see this family out here and supporting this sport so brilliantly. Both cars rolling back now. Petio in lane 2. And Jaden Talbot in lane 1. The Forever Young Cooter. This will be a good one. Both boys don't know how to take their foot off. Reminds me a little bit of Shane Kramer the way he drives. There's only one way and that's flat out. It's good to see these drivers coming out here. Fantastic looking machines. Righto, both cars ready to roll now. Jaden Talbot goes through nicely on a 440 at 148 mile an hour. Pesio does it wisely and just rolls it down near the lane. Not a good start for him.
Why do you roll down, Ellie?
The crew has to be aware of that. Yes, I know that, and I will have a word with them, but we've got to keep our eyes open too. Kingsley saw it from way back here. Now we've got it sorted.
Hey Venus, everything all right?
I wish orange one was better. The orange one.
He said it's okay.
I reckon the orange one might win this race.
Graham Shield coming up next with Mike Evans. We've got a Dodge Challenger and a Plymouth Cooter coming up next, so this will be good. We've got a couple of big Hemis, I believe, here. Mike Evans running a 477 cubic inch Hemi up against the 445 TFX of Graham Shield out there in the orange Cooter, in the orange Challenger against the orange Cooter of Mike Evans. Mike's travelled over from Tasmania and Graham's travelled over. This is the first outing for this car here and for Graham for a long time. He came over many years ago with a different Challenger running a 500 cubic inch naturally aspirated, put a supercharger on top of it and had a lot of fun, and then changed cars, sold cars, built another one, and now we've got this one. But Mike Evans, you constant visitor here. Both cars hating a burnout. Look at this, who's going to win, the orange Challenger or the orange Cooter? Both cars being backed up. Graham Shields out of Whyalla in South Australia. He's running up against Mike Evans. Mike in the Cooter. He's out of Tasmania. Good looking car. Look at the back wheel on that car of the Cooter, ladies and the Challenger. Huge big tubs on those back wheels there. Looks like the inside of your washing machine there, that wide out. Big condor hat on the top of the Mike Evans car in lane 2. Nice big hat sitting on the top of the big Littlefield supercharger out there in Graham Shields' car now. Paul Gregini out there, ladies and gentlemen. You see Paul out there just about to bring Graham up now. Paul, anyone who's been around drag racing knows the history of Paul Gregini, ladies and gentlemen. Top door slammer. And not only that, builds engines for many cars all over the place, and very nice guy too. Lovely bloke to talk to. Had the pleasure of driving with him from Adelaide to Whyalla one meeting. Learned a lot that weekend. It was fantastic. A nice guy too, Paul Gregini. Here we go. Both cars on and off, wisely just roll them through there. Shieldsy throws the chutes out nicely. Both cars go through there on a 509, 109 and a 545 and 107. Both cars didn't have the best starts they wanted, so wisely backed them out on their first run. Just having a look down on the track there, there is a few grab marks on both lanes there from those big tyres. Vince Monteleone coming up next. He's in the HD, the first four-door Monaro, coming up against Simon Richards. Now Simon out of Port Perry. Vince, one of our local guys here, Vince Monty. And he's running a 65 Holden. And he's running a giant supercharged Chevrolet, and he's up against the Jerry Bickle car of Simon Richards out of South Australia. Don't forget, we are live streaming on Sporting Scribe Muscle via YouTube. You can go to YouTube straight away and look up on the site. So you can contact your friends worldwide. And anytime you want to subscribe to us, subscribe to the page. And you can put your comments up on Sporting Scribe Muscle. Vince Monty out there, ladies and gentlemen. Vince Monteleone, he is running a 560, it's a Keith Black 528 cubic inch Keith Black against the 540 Chevrolet engine of Jerry Bickle. Great driving, Dan Hodgkin, well done. Good drive there, mate. You did it right. You stood on it, got off it, and drove it through. Got it home safe. Those cars rolling up now, their crew chiefs putting them in the lanes now. Paul Gregini back out there too with this car of Vince Monteleone's, just setting him up, running the big Keith Black engine and that, and the Jerry Bickle car of Simon Richards. Jerry Bickle, a well-known drag car builder out of America. A lot of Bickle cars around. And the reason Jerry Bickle, there's a lot of Bickle cars around is because he builds brilliant cars. Those cars coming up in the stage now. Simon Richards out of Port Perry. Richards diesel service. And a big hi to his gorgeous wife. Vince Monteleone in lane one. He's out of South Irvine here. And here we go. Simon, a bit of a hit on the wind. Bit of a sad start there for Simon, but he'll get it right. Vince goes through on a 127 mile an hour to 520, 7 of 74 mile an hour for Simon Richards. But I'm sure he'll solve that problem. He's got some good people working on the car. What's he advertising? The forever young Cooter coming back now, ladies and gentlemen, with Jaden Talbot just holding up the bonnet there. A fantastic looking car, big Keith Black engine in it. Michael Jennings, ladies and gentlemen, out there in the Exterminator. Look at this, we've gone back in time. The Exterminator out there, owned by Graham Elliott and Michael Jennings. Michael behind the wheel there. Now that is the replica of what the car was when Graham drove it 150 years ago. And the Michael Punton car out there is Ace. Those cars get away. The Howling Humpies, look at this, 760 at a 91 mile an hour for Punton in She's Ace, and 840 at 83 miles an hour there for Mike Jennings in the Exterminator. Here we go, the gas bag, a Mel Baker out here. He's in the gas bag. Peter O'Leary out there in the Wins Munster.
Silsey, hey, just check under your car. There's the oil man in the braking area. Right, mate. Talbot. Graham said it was. No, Graham Shield just said it was at Tell him it was Talbot. Yeah, because Silsey noticed it when he went through.
We're just got to do a little bit of a clean up down on the other end of the track there, ladies and gentlemen. One of the cars had a bit of a bleed up in the braking area. So the boys are just going to go down and check it all out. Make sure, because as we know, we want to run it safe, want to do it right. Sporting Scribe Muscle, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget Sporting Scribe Muscle on the 9th of September on the Monday night. We will be running Drag Racing Central, episode number 2. We had a terrific night last Monday night at Stella's Pizza in Pier Street in Altona. Ross and the crew there did a fantastic job, looked after us immensely. Their pizzas were fantastic, and it was great to see so many people. We probably had about 50 people turn up to watch us through Sporting Scribe Muscle. So next time we'd like about 150 people to turn up. Grab yourself a pizza from Ross and the crew at Stella in Pier Street, Altona. It was a fantastic evening, and there'll be race reports. Sue Stewart and myself did a little bit the other night. We had guests there. We had Kenny and Amanda from Kenny Stewart Racing, and we had Ash Haley. Ash, who's racing here today, he spoke about this meeting and nostalgia and how they're going. Peter Alexander spoke about the radial events coming up around Australia, the Kenders, etc., and that's going to be a promising start to coming down here in the south end of Australia very soon. But it was fantastic. We had 2 of our up-and-coming young gentlemen and stars in young Jake Berrius and Georgie Limperis. Now, George spoke with us for a couple of minutes, and so did Alex young boy Jake. Now, Jake Berrius is the current Australian Junior Dragster champion. It was great having a bit of a chat with these kids the other night. So 9th of September is when we'll be there at Stella's Pizza again. So please join in. Come and sit down with us and come and have a chat. I've just had a message from Mark Humphrey over there. Jimmy Walton has confirmed he'll be at our next Sporting Scribe Muscle Drag Racing Central, so that'll be great to see one of our legends of the drag racing at Sporting Scribe Muscle Drag Race Central on the 9th of September at Stella's Pizza. So if you'd like to come over to Stella's on the 9th, have a look on the Facebook page. It'll go through onto YouTube, etc. Have a look on our Sporting Scribe Facebook page and mine, Alan Ward, and you'll see it advertised the 9th of September. And come and meet one of our drag racing legends in Jimmy Walton. And Jim will be interviewed too, so that'll be quite interesting. We'll pose as many questions as we can about his history and what Jimmy's doing now. I know that Jim is still travelling into America a fair bit as a consultant to cars and still mechanicking on some of them. and just giving his vast years of experience. As we all know, Jimmy, he's the kind of bloke you'd put 10,000 horsepower into a shopping cart and he would drive it for you. So anyone who's been around drag racing for a long, long time will remember Jim Walton in the hard goer, the little blue supercharged fuel altered. Fantastic looking car. So come and see us at Stella Pizza on the 9th of September at Pier Street, Altona. If you are in Melbourne, please come across. We had a great following the other night. It was fantastic to see so many smiling faces there, and we really enjoyed ourselves too. So big thanks to Ross and his crew at Stella Pizza. Tell Jane what I said. Should be a great weekend here too, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Sunset Strip. The boys are just running the tractor down at the moment. All our friends over on the hill. It's great to see so many coming out on a beautiful Saturday, beautiful sunny Saturday here in Mildura. You are very, very welcome at any time, ladies and gentlemen, to wander into the pits and have a look around. Please, no smoking, no alcohol in the pits either. I must remind you that. If you do want to have a drink, you can go down into the club rooms and have a drink down there. There is a bar there. But if you are drinking in the club rooms, please don't take the alcohol out into the pits. Please. Our insurance will not be covered for that. So please don't break our insurance rules for us. But you are very welcome at any time to wander through the pits. There are a few teams selling T-shirts, so if you'd like to grab a T-shirt, by all means. And if you have a look down in the front of the big white marquee, the Australian Nostalgia Races are selling T-shirts and memorabilia. I can see some caps there. It looks like they've got stubby holders, etc. And there is a cafeteria at the Sunset Strip cafeteria. And there's also Sunset Strip merchandise and St Razor Drag Racing Association merchandise down in the club rooms too. So if you'd like to grab yourself a commemorative T-shirt, a nostalgia T-shirt, or any team T-shirt, just wander through the pits. And by all means, if you don't see their T-shirts out and you would like, ask them if they do have them. If they haven't, you probably fork out a couple of dollars. And the money you fork out goes straight back into drag racing. Must thank Primtech too. Primtech Tractors, the tractor you see running up and down there, ladies and gentlemen, is proudly sponsored by Primtech. They've been looking after this strip now for 20 years. So Primtech Tractors, they're on Benetook Avenue, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you have any problems with tractors or you want to buy another tractor, go and see the crew at Primtech Tractors. They do a fantastic job. They just throw tractors at us, and they have been doing it for the last 20 years. So big thanks to all the crew, Primtech Tractors in Mildura on Benetook Avenue. Peter O'Leary out there now, ladies and gentlemen. He is in a Wins Munster. Look at that. Shining new paint job on it. And Mel Baker in the gas bagger. Spoke with Mel this morning. I said, "You ready to go?" He said, "Yeah, roll it off the trailer, turn it on, it goes." That's all he does to it. I don't think he's even washed it, has he? No, geez, knocked the dust off it. That'd be a shame. Be a crime, wouldn't it, Mel? Good looking car, the old Falcon Utility, up against the FX Holden of Peter O'Leary out there in the Winds Munster. Both cars get away nicely. Good fun drag racing out there. Peter O'Leary runs an 8.29 at 81 mile an hour and a 7.82 at 88 miles an hour there for Mel Baker. Here we go. Look at this. The F going to Pulsator. A couple of good looking cars there. Look at those big pipes hanging out underneath the F-bomb. As he's having trouble getting back, it's James Emming. He's rolling back in. That's running a small V8. And up against Dean Wilding. Dean out there in the Pulsator. Took out the Nostalgia meeting at Swan Hill back in May. Pulsator out there. 222 in lane 2. Dean gets one at 255. The F-bomb finding a cog there. Looks like he's got the airfoil up on the back there. The braking. He must have stolen that from a Bugatti, I reckon. The boot lid opening. Wayne Stevens coming out now, and he's up against Jesse Bourne. Jesse out there in the Staunch. And here we go, Wayne Stevens out there in Dirty Harry. The old Harry White car, the replica of the Harry White car. Good looking beast. Look at the old Dodge Phoenix out there, Jesse Burke's car. He's really jacked the suspension up on that gasser out there, the Jesse Burke car. Love the sign on the back, Burke's Speed Shop. Keeping it all up. Big Dodge Phoenix gets away nicely. Unfortunately, red light runs a 790 on a 97 and an 830. 79 mile an hour for Wayne Stevens in Dirty Harry. Dean Wilding coming back. Here we go. The first of the gases. The big burnout from Peter Rains. Rainsy laying down some rubber for us, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause there for Peter Rains in the 57 Chevrolet. Rossi Holmes out there in the FX files. Ross has been running this car for a lot of years now, but Pete Rains out there running a 527 cubic inch. It was a 327. No, it's a 427. He's got 527 written on one side, 327 written on the other. Holmes gets away nicely. Rains, he gets a good skid off the line there. We're missing two of our big Chevrolets this weekend, Stevie Costa and Stevie Biggs. We wish them all the luck. They are travelling around a little bit, doing some racing overseas at the moment. Ronnie Smith coming out there in the Harry Potter Special. Ash Haley just getting those tyres warmed up there out in the Haywire Chevrolet. 55 shoebox out there of Ash Haley, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, and he'll do another big burnout for you a little bit later. Big thanks to Ash Haley too, ladies and gentlemen. Did a fantastic job the other night on Drag Racing Central at Stella's Pizza. Gave a nice report about the nostalgia racing, and that car is looking better and better every time I see it. Ronnie Smith out here in the little Anglia. Angus Custom Bits runs business. Wild looking little machine. 55 shoebox there of Ash Haley. Shoot comes out nicely.
There you go, buddy. Good to see you. You're looking well. Welcome back to Australia. Thank you.
Moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've gone from vintage gas. We're going into hot rod, and I see one of our striders, Michael Aaron's out there. Michael out there in the little bucket. Look at that in lane one. What a fantastic looking little car. Up against Ian Todd. Toddy in the little 34 in lane two. But look at Aaron's little car out there. That's what it's all about. Little hot rods. Little A street rod. Fantastic looking car. That little cut down body. What a great looking car. And here he is. Here is the wild man himself. Noel Inman, ladies and gentlemen, in the tall 22. He's running up against David Rudd. Now look at this, Smoking Panels Barbecues. Good looking car down there. It looks like about a 32 coupe. Good looking car up against a 22 tall T. And if you ever look through the pits, ladies and gentlemen, wander over and have a look at Noel's car. Have a look at the interior. Still the original type of velvet interior that they came out. Good looking car. And have a chat to Noel and you'll realise he's nearly as old as the car. Good guy. Really good guy. One of the drivers who was presented this morning too. He raced here at the first meeting 20 years ago in that car. Good pass there from Noel Lemon. Runs through on a 7.0 at 97. Runs an 8.60 at 78 there for Dave Rudd in lane two. Ian Hick. Ian Hick out there in the little yellow 34. Now Hick ran the little Tudor here, the little Victoria here last meeting and took the meeting out. So well done him. Gav Polish, new paint job. Fantastic looking car. Good looking car there at Gavin Polish, running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet in a 1938 Ford Coupe. Ian Hick out there, ladies and gentlemen, he's running a 383 Chevrolet with a supercharger on top of it in the yellow Ford. Isn't it amazing all these Fords running Chevrolet? Gets away nicely. The Aaron's car coming back, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this little A street rod. Fantastic looking car. Got the radial razor blades on it with the white wall tyres. Good looking car. Little flathead V8 and 3 carbies hanging on it. 4 carbies, is it? 3 carbies. 4 carbies hanging off the top of it. Fantastic looking car. Claire Dowsett out there. Claire Dowsett, ladies and gentlemen. She's up against Edwin Emanuele. Now, Edwin, another one of our drivers who was presented this morning, he was one of the drivers here in that car 20 years ago. Good launch there, 392 for Claire and a 632 for Ed. Ed growing legs here. Let's see how he goes. He runs a 946 against a 990 at 69 mile an hour and 74 miles an hour there for Ed. Greg Burke out there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this fantastic little utility. Now, he's from Omeo, I believe. Have a look on the side of the car. Burke's Omeo service station. Done in full nostalgia. Fantastic looking little car. Now, Greg has got in this car. It's a 427 cubic inch Chev. Running up a 410 cubic inch Chevron small block line to Greg Jerry Parsons' car. Both cars go through. Parsons goes through in the little Austin at 107 mile an hour on a 646, 680 at 107. It's a 1948 Austin, and I believe it might be a Corsa. We need a puncture repair kit or a punctured repaired. Can anyone help out Max with the little Hillman Hunter. He's got a puncture. If anyone's got a repair kit or a plug that he can help Max out with, his Hillman Hunter. If he can go around to Max Buggy's place, he's got the little white Hillman Hunter. Max Buggy's got the little white Hillman Hunter. If someone can help him out with a puncture repair or a plug, if they can shoot over and help Max out, he's got the white Hillman Hunter. Thank you. Here we go. We've just seen Peter Zokis go through on a red light. Lance Larkham out there in the Magic Camaro, and he's up against Rod Plowman. Rod out here in the Muscle Car Parts Garage and the Mustang. So here we go. These two cars would have battled it out on the strips many, many years ago. Look at this. Or on the streets, I should say. The beautiful Chevrolet Camaro of Lance Larkham. And Rod Plowman out here in the muscle car. Larkham gets away nicely. Larkham goes through there. No time recorded on that one. Rodney Plowman to reset here. Rodney just about ready to go. Chop lights on, bottom lights on. Here we go. Tree will go pro tree and off he goes. Nice wheels up there on the start run, showing a 630 at 109 mile an hour pass there for Rod Plowman. Matt Cockrell out there and Dave O'Sullivan out in the Scorpion King. Matty Cockrell out here in the two-door Falcon. These cars were never produced in Australia. They actually came in as a sports coupe out of America. Good looking car out there too. The sports coupe of Matty Cockrell running a 434 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. Brett Matthew, where's your car? Dave O'Sullivan in the Scorpion. Both cars coming up full stage. Matty Cockrell gets away nice on 92. Runs a 139 on his 60-footer, 149 there for O'Sullivan. Cockrell goes through on a 6-180 at 111 and a 640 at 109 there for O'Sullivan. Julian Carafa comes through now with Michael Tuddenham. Michael out here in the little Tirana, running up against Julian Carafa in the big black Chevrolet engine Willys. Michael Tuddenham running a 421 cubic inch small block Chevrolet against a 632 cubic inch Chevrolet engine with Julian Carafa Willys out there in lane 1, the Max Cranes. An equipment hire, lane 1. Just bringing out nicely. Julius Gazzardi out there, just bringing him up on the lights. Both cars just edging forward. You can understand why these little Willys are a very popular car. They've got a magic shape under a big blunt nose on them and the beautiful long rolled back boot. Gets away nicely, 133, Tottenham at 332. Carafa goes through, the washing pops out, he runs a 5:09 at 138, up against a 6:60 at 106 miles an hour pass. Robbie Bergerman up against Brendan Carr. Robbie out there in lane 1 in the valley, and happy birthday. He's the birthday boy today. Rob Bergerman out there in the two-door Valiant up against a little supercharged Tirana of Brendan Carr. Look at this fierce looking little machine. Getting away nicely. He runs down the other end beautifully. Bergman a 6:20 to 110 and a 5:85 for Carr at 123 in the Tirana. Nice little launch for both cars. First pass for them today. Charlie Pitt in the die-hard Monaro. Now, last time Charlie ran here in a nostalgia meeting, ladies and gentlemen, he showed everyone in Redcliffe his sump plug, the car wheel stand at that tall. We'll see if Charlie can do the magic big wheel stand we had in the other lanes. Was Dylan Argent in a Capri. Both cars did a magic big wheel stand, both going past the 60-footers, the 60-foot box on their back wheels. That looked fantastic. So you can see that by going through on Sporting Scribe Muscle. And you can search back through all the videos and find the magic wheel stands of these two this car and Dylan Argent in the little Capri this time last year. Charlie Pitt running a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. 454, he's up the goods. 888 on his reaction time, just puffing a little bit of smoke out the back there, and he goes through on a 6:20 at 111 mile an hour. As we look under the tower, coming back, we've got Michael Tuddenham in the Tirana and Lance Larkham coming back in the beautiful Chevrolet Camaro. Troy Jackman coming back later, and there's Troy out there in lane 1. He's up against Alex Blias and this beautiful Holden Monaro. Got a big block in this one. I think he's running a 535 cuber, running up against a 355 cubic inch Holden Tirana. Oh, but Troy Jackman out of the Riverland. Both cars coming up in the stage now. Blias in that beautiful Monaro. Look at the colour. Look at the colour of these two cars, shining beautifully. Old school colours. Although Jackman just backs himself up and rolling forward again. Might have gone into deep stage. Just restaging himself. He's red lighted, jump ball. Oh, gets away nicely. A 730 reaction, runs a 558 at 122 mile an hour. So well done, Alex Blias. No time recorded on a disqualification there for Troy Jackman. There he is, the Taboo Camaro. Oh, Sean McClellan getting a little bit untidy there in the Camaro in lane 2. Gary Vogelzang backing up the Taboo Camaro. And Smoking Griller's car out there of Sean McClellan. Hi, Linda. Both Camaros, 68 and a 68. Gary Vogelzang out there in the Taboo Camaro. Wheels up on the Camaro. The Vogelzang car, but look at this, McClellan chasing him hard. Both cars almost crossed the line. 6-0 on a 580. 117, an 064 reaction for Vogelzang. Brilliant reaction. Mark Busher coming up next. He's out there in lane 1, the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1. In lane 2, we've got the magic panel van there of Steve Hunt. Now this car's been running around for a long time. Stevie Hunt running a 408 cubic inch Ford engine, running up against the 426 cubic inch Chevrolet LS engine of Mark Bushy. Now, Bushy has been campaigning this car around the strips for a long time. Runs it in drag challenge, which will be on in November this year. It goes from Calder Park, Swan Hill, Mildura, Portland, back to Calder Park. And that'll be in the middle of November this year. So look out for the Street Machine Drag Challenge. Bushy gets away nice launch there from Steve Hunt. Bushy gets a 136 on his reaction. Steve Hunt goes through on a 303 reaction. 637 and 108 and a 6-1 at 111 there for Mark Busher. Steve Crookie out there in the little Plymouth Arrow, little cries like Plymouth Arrow. He's running up against Corey Reed. Corey in this little Falcon ran a 5, I believe it was, or a 6 up at Warwick. Reedy runs out on the 360. Reedy runs through on a 599. He'll be happy about that, just under the 6s. Runs 118 mile an hour. Crookie, unfortunately, red lights. Matty Ponton coming out now, ladies and gentlemen. We are in middle eliminator, and there he is, the wild man himself, Pete Cook, in the little green Anglia. Cookie's been campaigning this car for a lot of years. It's always been a very popular little car at the Nostalgia's, the little short wheelbase Anglia. Any Ford fans out there on the hill? Do we have a Ford fan out there on the hill? What's the matter, not going to put your hands up? Yes, we have. Good on you, mate. Nice to see you going to Fords. Beautiful little Anglia, isn't it? Running a Chev engine. Had to rub that in, mate. Sorry. He gets away on a 352. Running a 383 Chevrolet engine. Goes through, look at this, runs 110 mile an hour pass. Always a popular little car, the little Anglia of Pete Cook. Matt Pont coming up now, up against Wayne Hewitt. Great to see Wayne back out here in this little red Alton. Both running big blocks, a 655 cubic inch Chevrolet engine up against a 565 in the Matt Ponton car. Now, the GBH car, Matty Ponton out there in lane 1. 565 cubic inches. Wayne Hewitt, lane 2. 665 cubic inches. Wayne Hewitt's got a problem here, a bit of fuel leaking out of the car. So Matty Ponton will run solo pass on this one. .68 reaction for Matty Ponton. Throws the washing out as he crosses the line there. 491, 141 mile an hour. Beautiful pass there for Matt on his first outing for today. Sally's lovely wife and Bailey, the wife and daughter, running back. Good looking car. Just a quick clean up out down here in lane 2 for Wayne Hewitt's car. We'll see what it was. Just talking cubic inches, we had 665 cubic inches down there in the Hewitt car, 565 out there in the Ponton car. So all up, we're around about 1,200 cubic inches on the cars, right? Recently in America, running at Norwalk, there was a Pontiac GTO over there running an 1110 cubic inch big block Chevrolet engine. So it would have had pistons in it like 200 litre drums. And the stroke, I don't know what the stroke length was, but it was a huge engine and running really well. While we've got a little bit of a break in proceedings, just want to wish a good mate of ours who ran here at Nostalgia 15 years ago. He's running in the States, the Patriot Corvette, Stevie Easton and his crew out there. Steve, if you're listening in, good luck. We know you're running this weekend. We also know at Dragway 42, your home track just out of Cleveland, they are running Nostalgia this weekend, so we wish everyone at Nostalgia at Dragway 42. And we've got a few watchers coming in from Cleveland, the Costick family, the Kennedy family, the Dillinghams, and all the people I spent time with over there. They will be watching in on Sporting Scribe Muscle. We are live streaming at the moment, so if you look down on the track at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the boys. It's called Men with Mops. It's a new rock band, Men with Mops. The kiosk is running down here too, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like something to eat, something to drink, the kiosk right behind the tower. It's under the blue canopy, pretty much behind the tower. They're serving hot and cold food, and there's the Nostalgia crew there just at the end of the big marquee. They're running all their merchandise there. There's a few other people running merchandise, or you can go into the club rooms and buy some merchandising from the Sunraysia Drag Racing Association. They've got T-shirts, etc. in there. So please frequent these shops, spend a bit of money, and all the money that you will spend around here goes straight back into drag racing. Some good looking cars too here.
So that's the pits, and that's where is it? Side to the, on this side, I can turn the music on the pits, and that side.
We've got Anne Jorgensen from Denmark is watching us too. Anne, one of our constant followers here at Sporting Scribe Muscle. G'day Annie, how are you? Lovely to see your name popping up on the screen again. Hope everything's well in Denmark, and hope you're enjoying the coverage here at Sporting Scribe Muscle again. Anne has been following Sporting Scribe Muscle now for about 12 or 14 months, and it's great to see she is an avid follower too. So thanks, Anne, and get on to all your friends over there in the lovely country of Denmark, and get them watching Sporting Scribe Muscle. It must be a little bit cool up there at the moment, being so close up north to the North Pole area, but you will probably love it over there, Anne. So congratulations and thanks for watching in. So if you want to watch our telecast here today, it is on Sporting Scribe on YouTube. If you want to make a comment, you subscribe to the page and no comments will come through. Mark? Richard Farquhar, ladies and gentlemen, and Tony Saunders. Great to see Tony Saunders back out here in the little white Alton. Lovely wife Deb running down there to pick the car up and bring him back. And Richard Farquhar down here in the beautiful little bucket. Nice looking little bucket, running a puffer on board. Now Richard's little car is running a 283 cubic inch Chevrolet. He's got a small block Chevrolet for supercharger on top. Running up against the 409 cubic inch Chevrolet engine there of Tony Saunders out here in the white altered. Just rolling both cars back into stage now. Both cars coming up now, full stage now for Farquhar, and away they go. Gets away nicely in the little altered. Farquhar chasing him down. He goes through. Rich goes through on a 636 at 109 and a 558 at 120 mile an hour for first pass for Tony Saunders. Next pairing, Billy Crozier coming out in his first run in the bucket. And he's up against Danny Wilson. Danny out there in the little pickup. It's a 1935 Ford pickup running a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Love the way the pipes come out through the side cowl there. And Billy Crozier out here in a new altered. Used to run the, he is the Boone Carey projectile. Bill Crozier ran a rail for many, many years. One of the soon to become legends out there, rolling him back in. Bradley Hicks, Bradley out of Arthurton in South Australia. And I've been running a dragster for a lot of years too. So Bradley out here helping Billy out. So Billy Crozier out of Boone Carey. He's running up against Danny Wilson out of Mildura. Jake Wilson just bringing him up forward there. Jake usually been driving this car. Both cars leave the line nicely. 285 for Crozier, 314 for Wilson. The Boone Carey projectile goes through on a 6170 at 110 and 590. At 112 there for Danny Wilson in the pickup. Chris Farrell coming up next, and he's up against Rod Sparrow. Just watching all these cars coming under the tower, just rolling up into the staging lanes. Here we go, Chris Farrell. He is out of Portland, South Coast Raceway, out of Portland in Victoria, running this big block Chevrolet engine. It's called a Bantam Altered, and he is running a big block Chevrolet. Doesn't give me the cubic inches, but the 383 cube Chevrolet of Rod Sparrow in the little 23T Altered. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, classic car procession coming under the tower here. Scotty McKenzie, Johnny Calansis. We head ourselves back out to the track there. We've got the Farrell Plumbing car out of South Coast in Portland. Watching both cars, Rich Farquhar goes under the tower and gets his slip. Good launch there for Chris gets away beautifully, 185 and runs through at 145 mile an hour and a 480, 559, 120 mile an hour there for Rod Sparrow on a 268 reaction. Matty Ponton just rolling under the tower. Good pass there, Matt. Well done, mate. Great first pass. Here we go. Look at it. It's a couple of front engine dragsters. Tony Travers. Like to see Tony back out there in the car. He is out there in lane 1. And he's running up against Pete O'Connell in the El Diablo rail. Now, this car's been around for a long time. Built by Ronnie Matthews and Pete Jackson in Wyalla's, in Ronnie Matthews' front yard in Wyalla about 40 years ago. Pete's got it, put his own personal touch on it, cleaned the car up, and look at this, the El Diablo rail. Running up against Tony Travers now. Tony has been running drag racing. He's probably close on 50 years in the sport too. So it's great to see him back out there with the helmet on. Pete O'Connell gets around 56. Looks like Tony's having a problem with the car. Won't be happy about that. But Pete O'Connell gets through on a 650 at 108 mile an hour. Wayne Hewitt coming back. Obviously got his problem solved. Our track official out there, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see Luke Davis running around out there. Luke running around constantly on this track, looking for problems on the track, solving problems as quick as he can to keep everyone safe. Now, Luke is now sponsored by and Elite Tyres out at Melton. So big thanks to these people. Armstrong 500 Promotions is the Bob Jane Harry Firth funded thing. And Elite Tyres out of Melton for looking after Luke. He travels everywhere at his own cost. Now he's got a few sponsors looking after him. So that's well done to Luke. He's getting himself a couple of sponsors so he can come here and run around all over the place and keeping our track safe for us. Wayne Hewitt coming back out here. As we noticed, Wayne had a little bit of a problem earlier with the car. Solved the problem, and he's back out here now. Just drives it through, makes sure it gets through, gives himself a pass on a 7-180 at 81 miles an hour. What a beautiful day here in Mildura. Slight breeze coming the right way down the track. And we are coming into round 2, ladies, and we've got out there Anthony Rochella. Billy Hondra's out there in the big two-door Valiant. He's running up against Anthony Rochella. Rochella gets away nicely in the silver HR. Runs through on a 7-1 at 88 mile an hour against a 7-1 again at 98 miles an hour there for Billy Hondra's. Next pairing, Luke Preston out there in the 1-tonner. And he's up against Steve Evertson. Steve out there in the little black Tirana in lane 2, the Artworks lane 2, the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1, the 1-tonner of Luke Preston. Both cars coming up in the stage, full stage now. Here we go, Pro Tree. Both cars going through 7-105 at 95 for the 1-tonner. Preston's 1-tonner. Eberson's car is an 8-170 at 84 mile an hour. Here we go. Look at this. Remo Rende out there in the big green VH Valiant. What a good looking car too. Olive drab in colour. Up against Jamie Maslinoff's car. Isn't this gorgeous, his black Falcon? Look at that. Shining like a new pin. Good launch, both cars, and they get away. Maslinoff gets a better launch this time. Runs a 167 reaction, goes through on a 680 at 99 mile an hour. And a 699 just under the 7s there for Remo Rende at 98 miles an hour. Robbie Camilleri coming out now. That's Rob down there in lane 2, running up against Billy Pappas. Billy out there in the blue Charger. Good pass there for Tony Saunders, 140 mile an hour first up. Well done, Tone. Camilleri gets away nice on the 184, 349 for Billy Pappas. Both cars cross the line pretty much beside side. 640 for Pappas, 650 for Camilleri. Robin Phillips coming up next, and Chris Leslie. Chris out there in lane 2. He's in the green Tirana running up against the black Tirana of Robin Phillips. Robin Phillips is running a 6.2 supercharged Chevrolet engine in the car. She's running up against Christopher Leslie. Christopher in the little green Tirana. He is running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet. Good launch there. The Poon Kerry projectile passing under the tower now. Billy Crozier. 5 and a 7. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, Barry Ross in the EH in lane 1. In lane 2, Kev O'Neill, Big Kev. Couple of good looking cars there, very early model hold, 64 and a 59. Kev O'Neill gets a little bit close to the wall but pulls it back and goes straight, still spinning the tyres as he crosses the line. 5 miles. At 101 there for Barry Ross. Kenny Borg coming out now in that little tough Cortina, running up against the little tough Corolla of Matthew Smart. Get away nicely at the moment at 289 against the 326 of Smart. Borg crossed the line there on a 660 at 103 and a 690 at 98 miles an hour for Matt Smart in a little 6-cylinder powered Corolla. There's Chris Farrell. Nice pass, mate. Feel good? Look good, mate. Look really good. Jeff Farley, ladies and gentlemen, he's coming up in the HX Holden, running up against Paul Kent. Now Paul in the XE Falcon. Coming in the second round of qualifying for these cars. Good launch there for Paul Kent, gets away on a 580, runs through at a 660 at 106 miles an hour. Jeff Farley goes through at 70 miles an hour on a 9.5. There's a Commodore station wagon parked in someone's pit area, please. It's 1CR90C. A Commodore station wagon, you're parked in the wrong area, please. You're parked behind a big white canopy. If it's your station wagon, it's a Commodore wagon, can you please move it? You're in the line of a car's pit, please. It's a Commodore station wagon. If you have parked it behind a big white canopy, can you go and move it, please? Paul Circuit out here in the little Tirana at the moment with Scotty McKenzie. Scotty in the FC. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Nice possession of classic cars coming along next. Kev O'Neill, Matty Smart, Kenny Borg, Barry Ross, Robin Phillips, all underneath the tower at the moment, looking fantastic. Nice launch by Circuit, gets away in the middle of the run. Scotty McKenzie gets a better pass that time. A better launch, both cars growing legs. They go through 646 and 104 for Circuit. And Scotty McKenzie gets through on a 100-mile-an-hour pass there on a 698. Johnny Calan's is out there in the Monaro getting a nice spin on his tyres with Lou the Turbo. Lou out there in the XD Falcon in lane 1. Good launch there, both cars. Galantis 267 for the Turbo and the Falcon. He crosses over in a 705 at 96 and a 760 at 93 mile an hour there for John Calansis. Don't forget, we are on Sporting Scribe, ladies and gentlemen. Go to your Facebook page, Sporting Scribe, subscribe to the page, and you can make all the comments you would like. Next pairing is Spiro Demu, and big thanks, Max Bruggy out there in the little Hillman Hunter has obviously got the puncture repaired, so whoever helped Max out, thank you very, very much for that. Spiro Demu gets away on a 167, Maxo on a 307, he goes through on a 719 at 96 miles an hour, and a 860 at 83 miles an hour there for Spiro. Next pairing, Simon Lazaro out there in lane 1 up against the HJ of Andrew Ricketts. Andrew in the green machine. He is in lane 2. The HQ of Simon Lazaro out there in lane 1. The Max Cranes from Equipment Hire. Lane 1, Artworks, lane 2. Oh, something not sounding real good as it goes down the strip there, but obviously cleaned it out. Both cars getting across the line under power. 748 at 93. And a 747 at 100 mile an hour there for Ricketts. Kylie O'Connell coming out. Looks like she might be doing a solo pass out there. And a little HB Tirana Muttley. Now, where's that Ford fan? Good on you, mate. See the little HB out there? This will put a smile on your face. Running a 250 Falcon motor. I thought you'd be happy. She gets away on a 275, Kylie O'Connell. Good pass there for her. Runs through on a 760 at 89 miles an hour. Bob Sherry coming out now, ladies and gentlemen. He is in the little black Monza, the little gangster. It looks like he might be running up against Andrew Braithwaite. Not sure whether we're going to be running a solo pass with Bob Sherry out there in the Monza. Had a little bit of a crackle box running down the strip before and got it back into the pits, smacked it with the right spanner, and hopefully Bob will have a lot happier pass this time. Don't forget, on the 9th of September too, ladies and gentlemen, our second episode of Drag Race Central, which was a great bit of fun the other night at Stella's Pizza in Altona. It'll be on the 9th of September at 7 o'clock in the evening. Be there, please. Come and enjoy it. Come and have a chat with us. We are doing everything drag racing, promoting drag racing not only throughout Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia. We'll be promoting drag racing throughout Australia, from Group 1 right down to all the other groups too, right through from Group 1 Top Fuel right down to Junior Dragsters. And I don't mean right down to Junior Dragsters. We are covering the whole spectrum of drag racing, every bracket class, bikes to works. We'll have a special guest next meeting, and we will be talking with the one and only, the wild man himself, Jimmy Walton. Now, I saw Jim as a kid, so Jim's up into his 70s now, and as I always say about Jimmy Walton, put 10,000 horsepower in a shopping cart and he'll drive it. So it'd be great to have a catch-up with Jimmy Walton. Got a few of our legends here today. We've got Bob Sherry, actually. Bob's been in drag racing now for around about 50 years. This doesn't look good. The Monza's been pushed back out into the pit again. A bit of a shame. Hopefully they can get the car's problem solved, but looks like we'll be rolling through now. I can see Tim Stewart's car, the Stang, just about ready to go. And then Andrew Braithwaite's car will be up beside him. Andrew Braithwaite gets the car fired up. Let's hope he has a little bit more success with it this time. Timmy Stewart out there in the Stang. He is looking fantastic. Put himself on a bit of a health regime. Taken off a couple of kilos and looks terrific. Andrew Braithwaite out here starting to get this car ready to rock and roll. Used to just run a little 400 cuber. Now he's got the it's a Wizard Dragster. Owner and builder of the car, running a supercharged engine on this car. Tim Stewart in the Stang, getting a little bit of a wild burnout. Sue will back him up. Sue will back him up as the boys back them up because, as you know, well, ladies and gentlemen, they can't turn around. They're pretty much restricted in their view in these cars. So they'll have one at the back, one in front. They'll back them up back into their lines, keep them nice and straight. Both cars being backed up into the lanes now. Now this is the second round of qualifying for the middle, what do we call, top eliminators. Running supercharged engines. We've got 20, I think it's about 20 supercharged cars here today. Andrew Chessels went down early today in his first pass at 160 mile an hour pass. So Andrew really on a mission. But out here at the moment we've got Tim Stewart in the Stang and Andrew Braithwaite in the Wizard Dragster in lane 2. Good looking car, the rail, the slingshot. Quite an uncomfortable car to sit in where he's sitting. He's got his legs up over the differential and the gearbox housing. Same with Tim Stewart. He sits there, he straddles the gearbox in that car. And just underneath him is the drive train. So these cars are protected. Braithwaite gets a second wind. Look at this. Throws are washing out at 152 mile an hour. Well done, Andrew Braithwaite, a 573, a 79 mile an hour pass there for Tim Stewart. But Andrew Braithwaite, second wind on that, 157 mile an hour pass. Fantastic for Andrew, 152 mile an hour pass there for Andrew Braithwaite. He will be a happy camper on that little hot rod. Greg Angus coming out now, ladies and gentlemen. He is out there in the red, holding Monaro into lane 2. We've got the black shining and beautiful 34 of Jason Kiley. Jason Kiley, ladies and gentlemen, 540 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in the 34 Ford. He's been guided back there by Jen Bannister. Paul Carroll standing behind him. The crew chief will bring him back. Greg Angus being rolled back into his lines too. A couple of nice big lines of licorice out on the track there. You'll see Paul now bring the gambler up. Black shining and beautiful of Jason Kiley. Did a big pass earlier, 2 wheel stands, one off the line, and the wheels came up again when he got up in the second gear. Greg Angus living on a high at the moment. Had a great last meeting, went up Alice Springs and to Hidden Valley, took the trophy home from there. Robbie Camilleri, it looks like, helping out. No, it's Tony Lamana out the front there, just helping out Greg Angus. No, it's not. Doesn't matter. We'll get it back. Here we go. Ready to rock and roll. Good run, great cars. Look at this. Didn't back out. 148 miles an hour on a second win there for Jason Kiley at a 5.11, 137 mile an hour pass there for Greg Angus. He's got some consistency in that. Ran a 5.1. And a 5.1 triple one there for Jason Kiley with a little bit of a back off veer towards the fence and got out of it. Andrew Chessel's coming up next. He's out of Helen Performance in the black Monaro, and he'll be running up against Chris Jackson. Chris out there running up in the black Mustang. So here we go. 2 black cars, Holden and Ford. Where's me Ford, mate? Good on you, pal. You should be happy this time. Andrew Chessel's ladies, and he's coming out. He's got a big 508 cubic inch Hemi Chrysler in this car. He's in the Monaro out there in lane 1. Fantastic looking car. 209 mile an hour pass at Swan Hill a couple of months ago on the quarter mile. 160 mile an hour pass here. So all he's got to do is stand on the 40. Beautiful looking car, the Chessel's car out of Helen. He's running up against Chris Jackson now. Chris running in a beautiful black bus. This will be interesting to see what Andrew Chessel's going to knock out this time. Matty Ponton rolling him back into his lines. There, Andrew Chessel's behind the wheel in this car. Beautiful black Monaro. Look at it, shining in the gorgeous sunlight here at the Sunset Strip. Looks like the Mustang of, unfortunately for Jackson, he's been rolled out. The car not looking too well there, so hopefully he can get it fixed up and back out. Andrew Chessel will do a solo pass here, so he'll get this car up running. We'll see what he can do now. 160 mile an hour in his first pass. Let's see what he can do in his second one. Getting ready to go, up in the full stage now. Whoa! Emergency personnel only. Emergency personnel only. No unauthorised people, please. No unauthorised people, please. Andrew Chessels has just gone down a little bit too quick. Apparently he may have oiled down on his line and got it under his tyres, and that's slowing him out. So what we'll do is we'll just see how he goes. The good news is the ambulance and all the emergency personnel were down there right on it straight away. And as you can see, we've got all the boys walking down the track here at the moment, just doing a little bit of checking it out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly ready, back up and racing. Big thanks to all the track crew and all the members of other crews who came out and helped with the oil cleanup. As I said before, Andrew Chessels is sore, and he will be sore for a couple of days. The belts did their job on him. Unfortunately, the car's got a good hit in it and everything, but the car can be fixed. The good news is Andrew has gone into hospital naturally for observation and everything. He can wiggle toes, wiggle fingers, he's talking. He actually opened the door of the car at the end of the crash. So he's okay. Big thanks to our emergency crews who did a fantastic job of stabilising him in the car and making sure everything was cool before they actually got him out of the car, which he helped himself out too. He is on his way to hospital for the mandatory check. And so that's the good news. We're about to get up and go racing again, ladies and gentlemen. We are in US Muscle. And our first pairing off will be Tony Antonio on the White S Series and Deb O'Connell out there in the Mustang. So big thanks. We can't do much about incidents like that, but a big thanks, a huge thanks to the boys who have gone down onto the track there. And as you can see, Kingsley down there just having a last little bit of a look at the track. Dino down there, our track manager, doing a fantastic job. To all other track crew, and all other members of drag racing fraternity here who got out there with mops, rags, etc., and helped clean up the track. I really appreciate it. It was a fair bit of oil there, pretty much from about the 300-foot mark right down to the end of the track until the car came to a stop. So there was a lot of oil there, and they've done a fantastic job. As you can see, the track is just doing the last couple of drags before we get out there and start racing again. Beautiful day here at Mildura. Don't forget the Territory Trimmer has got T-shirts for sale. And also, Susie Stewart has just let me know too that the Stang have T-shirts for sale too. So if you'd like to grab a Stang T-shirt from Susie and the Territory Trimmer and the Nostalgia people, they're down here in the marquee. The Sunraysia Drag Racing Association have also got shirts for sale too and merchandise. So grab yourself a series of shirts. The Territory Tremor, the Stang, the Nostalgia, and the Sunraysia. And if anyone wants to buy my Sporting Scribe shirt from me, it'll cost them about $1,000 and the money will go to Mark Humphrey. And your name's got to be Alan. With one L. Beautiful day here. It's good to see the crowd up on the hill there starting to increase a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen over there on the Spectator Mount, you are very, very welcome to wander into the pits at any time. We've got a food cafeteria here, and there is alcohol over in the club rooms. You are quite welcome to go and have a beer in the club room only. No beer outside the club rooms, no drinks outside the club rooms, but we've got a kiosk down there, a food cafeteria. If you'd like to grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, you by all means are very welcome to wander into the pits at any time and go through. We've got T-shirts for sale at the Territory Tremor, the Stang, Nostalgia Races and the Sunraysia Drag Racing. So get yourself 4 T-shirts and the money will go very, very well towards drag racing here in Sunraysia and around Australia. Just having a look at this, they're putting the weed killer on the track now, just to the last little bit of sticky. The tractor is still doing a couple of laps up there at the top of the track. Track's shining beautifully at the moment, so things are starting to look good. Kingsley's down there doing the drag strip shuffle, it's called, where you go around there and just pretty much just kick the tyres, kick the ground. So they're just checking out the track now, just checking it so that there is not 1 ounce of oil left on the track there so they can keep it all clean. Also, the Stang has stubby holders too, so if you'd like to grab a stubby holder, but you can't use it until later, unless you want to put a can of Coke in it, so, all right? Just still continuing to have a look on the track here at the moment. Boys are just down here just having a kick. Craig Plummer, our starter, just walking along doing a little bit of a twist. There's another reason that they do it. You'll see them twisting their shoes on the track and see if it'll pull their shoes off. Luke Davis down here doing the same trick, just the drag strip shuffle. Just both boys going down there. Craig, he's pretty much our track safety officer at the moment because no one goes down the track unless Craig says so. Don't forget tonight, ladies and gentlemen, there is food on in the club rooms, and we'll have the evening meal after presentation. And we'll have the fun day here tomorrow where you can come out and watch the cars again, have a little bit of a test and tune, a little bit of fun and everything. I must reiterate too that if you are having a drink over in the club rooms, please no alcohol into the pit area at all during racing. No alcohol, and if you are smoking, please find a nice secure place to smoke. As you can well imagine, we've got some very volatile fuel hanging around the pit area here, so just common sense prevail. And it looks like all the sheets are up on the board there if you want to go and have a quick look. And once Tim Reedy gets up and running and we're about to ready to go, he will give you information of what's going to happen next. Just been listening over the two-way of what's happening. They have asked for the tractor just to do a couple of more laps. As you can hear it scraping the rubber on the track there. Just a couple of more laps with the tractor, and should be okay. They're just pretty much designating where they want it to be really smudged hard. The tyres on the back of the tractor there on the sled are either drag slicks or V8 supercar tyres. So what it is, you cut the walls off them, stretch them across that, put it down, put a fair bit of pressure on the three-pointer on the back of the tractor, and it actually smudges tyre rubber onto the track, so it gives it a nice sticky surface. And you'll see the ute going past the weed killer before. What that's actually doing is putting the chemical compound back on called glue. It's nicknamed glue, and it just makes the track a little bit stickier. So as you can well imagine, when you've got a car of anything from about 500-600 horsepower and a very light body, right up to about 2,500 to 3,000 horsepower in some of these cars, they need some traction there, otherwise they'll just rise up on their tyres and just burn all the way down to the track. So the cars are still spinning the wheels that they get to the other end of the track, some of the high horsepower cars, and we're just going to make it as safe as possible for them to do it. Okay, we've got US Muscle coming out next, ladies and gentlemen. Then what we'll do is the cars who didn't finish in top Eliminator, they will be coming out just to finish their second round of qualifying. And then the program will commence again. We'll find out exactly where the program goes once we can start running, because we've been out for about an hour now. Do you want to cut, Mark? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this looks like we're about to go racing again. Craig Plummer, our starter, he's getting himself into position. All the others are getting themselves into position. Must thank our fireys down there too for doing a great job of standing there in those hot pyjamas all day. So thanks, fellas. We really appreciate what you're doing. Good on you, boys. Thank you for your help too with the clean-up and the safety assembly, etc. It's fantastic to have you boys here just in case, and it was a just in case today. And it's also always very good to have the boys down there in their big red pyjamas. So thank you, boys. Okay, Kylie Carusi out here, ladies and gentlemen. She is in the Mustang in lane 1, and in lane 2 we've got Deb O'Connell also in a Mustang, just different area. Looks like we've got about a 65 out there in lane 1, and around probably a 71, I would say, in lane 2. So great to see these two ladies out here. Deb O'Connell in lane 2, pardon me, and Kylie Carusi out there in lane 1, the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane. Off they go. Red light there for Deb O'Connell in lane 2. Kylie Carusi gets one an 0.66 reaction. So great reaction for Kylie. Tony Antonio, he is up next. He is in the Wild S Series Valiant out there in lane 1. And Paul Jennings, Fatty Jennings out there in the yellow Chevrolet Nova, the station wagon. Good looking car. That current Australian #1. He's the Australian champion in Super Street. Did a lot of campaigning through the last season and got his championship over in Perth with young Nicholas Karanovich. One of his good mates came runner-up. So it was fantastic to see. And there was a lot of blokes very, very close. That Michael Bridges was another one who went very, very close. Constant races here. Wheels up there for Tony. 230 for Tony Antonio. 7:03.6 at 96 mile an hour. And 7:11 at 96 miles an hour also for Tony Antonio. Good to see Jason Winnan getting back out here. Jason in the big Chevrolet Impala, 63 Impala. Had a little bit of trouble with his car on the line a little bit earlier. Hopefully they've got the bugs out of it. Getting a nice big burn on the tyres there, getting them nice and slick and hot. The whole idea is to get those tyres, the flat part of your tyre, as warm as possible and as clean as possible. We're doing the burnout. Now he'll just roll it up nicely. Big heavy Chevy there, running a 63. It's a Chevrolet Impala running a 502 cubic inch supercharged big block Chevrolet. Very popular car, these around Australia in the 60s and even up into the 70s, and still running them now. Wheels up the old stick shift. There he goes. Look at that. Looks fantastic. It jumps up like a bucking bronco. Second cog, same thing. Great run there for Jason. A 695 at 101 mile an hour. So good pass there for Jason Winnan. Here we go, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Two immaculate Chevrolet Camaros. A 67 in the red and a 68 in the yellow. Look at that. Both RS, or SS this side, RS the other side. Look at this, side by side. Beautiful pass. 698, 672, and 103 for Atkinson in lane 2, and 101 mile an hour pass for Norris in lane 1. Gorgeous looking cars, a Chevrolet Camaro, one of my favourites. Tony Lamana. Great to see Tony back out here and up in Mildura, here with his little yellow Chevrolet Vega. He's running a 406 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. Just Tony being backed up now, going into second round of US Muscle. At the end of US Muscle, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see the rest of the top Eliminator cars come out to complete their second round. Unfortunately, with Andrew Chessel's accident, the boys didn't get to complete, so we will do that for them. Now, Tony Lamana and the TJA Motorsports Chevrolet Vega. What a good-looking little car there for retro-style paint job on it. See if he can get the wheels up. Yes, he does. Nice wheels up, the little wheelie bars pushing down straight down the centre of the track. Grew legs, look good. 586 and 116 mile an hour pass there for Tony in the little Chevy Vega. Nice 367. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, in Nostalgia Racing there are no delay boxes, no electronic devices, so it is all run off the pedals. Look at those Camaros coming under there. What a gorgeous looking car. Graham Shield coming up next. Graham out there in the Dodge Challenger. Good looking car too. Looks like it's got a slight pearl in the paint there, which changes colours and rolls through. Nearly similar to the old Harlequin colours. But look at this. Nicky Ellis, ladies and gentlemen, out here in the Alton. Shieldsy not getting a really good burn on the tyre. Won't be happy with that, but still, he'll get himself there. Mike Fowler wandering up the track just to guide him back in. Nice big wing on the back of that car for the downforce. Good looking big Hemi Chrysler out there in the Dodge Challenger. Not sure whether Nicky Arnold's gone back to a single run. Ellis looks like he's got a problem. He's going to tell him back to the pits. Paul Gregini coming up now just to tell him first gear. Watch the crew chief, ladies and gentlemen, when he goes. We'll go through it the next time Paul comes out there, but pretty solid on what he does. He knows what he's doing. He's been around drag racing for a lot of years. Now they'll bring him back up again. Paul will bring him back up again, hold him off. The tree will reset for him. Right, now you see Paul points with him. One finger means put it in first gear. Right, he can roll forward now in the stage. Rose up on his tyres there, broke the beam before he came in again, so unfortunately for him, when the car bumped forward, bumped too far forward, he disqualified himself straight away, so there was no time on that car. Rose up on the tyres, as you heard. Okay, Michael Holmes coming up next and Jaden Talbot. Michael will come out in the beautiful Altered and he looks like he'll go into lane 1. The Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1, and in lane 2 we've got Jaden Talbot in the Forever Young. To our supporters up on the bank up there, our spectators, if you notice on the tree we are running a pro tree, meaning once they get into the 2 stages, into full stage, you'll see the whole lights on the tree come straight down to green like they do in Top Fuel and Group 1 racing. So what we're doing today, just for a little bit of fun, we're going to run the pro tree too. When it comes to DYO, the tree will be still pro tree, but it won't come down at 400ths of a second. It will come straight down on your dial, your own handicap. Right, Michael Holmes coming up next. Michael out there in lane 1. The Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1. Great to see this car out here. We'll see how Holmesy goes. His first run got himself a little bit unstable and bounced back out. Jaden Talbot out there in the Forever Young. Mick Holmes from Port Perry, ladies and gentlemen, backing the car up. Jaden Talbot in lane 2. Then the Forever Young Cooter. Now both cars running big engines. 511 Keith Black. Then the Plymouth Cooter. In lane 1 we've got a 430 cubic inch V8 engine, the big Ford engine there of Michael Holmes. Just watching these cars, watching that beautiful black belt spin on the front of these Superchargers. Looks like we might have a problem here. Looks like Corey Pocock has asked Mick to turn the engine off, so he has. So there is a problem with the Michael Holmes car, and they're just going to wheel him back out. Bit of a shame. Looks like it has dropped either fuel or oil. It looks like it's fuel, but it's cleaned up pretty quickly. So Jaden Talbot will come in a single pass. Looks like he's turned off. We'll find out what's happened here. Michael Holmes has dropped fuel. It looks like they're just checking something there. Luke Davis checking lane 2, and he's just picking up a couple of little oil spots, just having a quick look. So fuel in the Altered, so that cleaned up pretty quickly just with the mop, as we saw that evaporate pretty early. Not sure what the Talbot car's problem is. Just having a look over there, Dave Pessio sitting very, very patiently in his beautiful champagne gold and orange Altered. Good looking car too. Vince Monteleone over there too, out there in the HD. And Venus de Milo out there in the Wild Willies. Tony Lamana coming back along the return lane, ladies and gentlemen. This beautiful little Chevrolet Vega from the TJA Motorsports car. Good looking car there. Came out into Australia, pretty much imported all the way through from America, but a fabulous looking little car. You can see where the hatchback Tirana came from with the roof line on that, and about the same size body too. So a great looking car, the Chevrolet Vega. Okay, you can hear some of these big blocks being started up again. Who have we got next? Dave Pessio coming out there, Vince Monteleone. Now, Vince in the HR, he is running a 526 cubic inch big block Keith Black and a 427 Chevrolet in the Dave Pessio car in lane 2. Good looking altered. Look at this. Got the wing out the back there. Wild looking machine. Nice big condor hat on top of it. Then you've got the flat hat on the top of the Monteleone car looking nice burn on the top. Vince Monteleone, one of our local boys here from both cars just being backed up now. The Pessio car, Monty's car. Vince is being backed up there. Two good-looking old car, the HD. Not a bad shape, old beast. They were the most built, most configured car in the world of Holden, the HD Holden. They actually went to South Africa and pretty much around the southern part of the world as taxis. And in South America, they ran 4-cylinder diesels in them. They ran V6 engines in them in Europe. They ran 6 cylinders out here, 6-cylinder straight reds. In Australia, New Zealand, in England, they ran them slightly different configuration on the taillights and called opals throughout Europe, and they were called Vauxhalls in England. So 4-cylinder diesels in some of them, in through South Africa, mainly as taxis. But you'll still find a lot of these old cars. There's a couple in Cuba and there's a few of them running around still in Argentina. Gets a little bit shaky there as the parachute pops out, but Vince goes through at 136 mile an hour. Dave Pessio, 127 mile an hour on a 589, but a 5180 there for Vince Monteleone. The boys just having a quick look down at the track. There's the lovely Andrea going down there to wave back the young Venus in the Wild Willies. Good news is Michael Holmes, ladies and gentlemen, solved the little problem he had. Might have been a little bit of overflow or something, just on fuel or something. But whatever the case may be, the crew are happy. So Mick Holmes will be coming back out there on the altered into lane 1, the Max Crane and Equipment Hire lane 1. Must thank everyone for turning up today too, especially our spectators on the hill. It's a beautiful day out here in the sun. Sincerely hope you're enjoying yourself, especially me one Ford fan over there. Good on you, pal. So this one, Michael's car over here, this altered, mate, runs a 430 cubic inch Ford engine. So you can be proud of that, mate. Good on you, pal. He's not. Right, unfortunately, Michael Holmes is not going. Still got a bit of a problem with the engines, with the fuel system. So good idea, take it back, make sure it's checked properly, and we'll run the next ones in. Chris Jackson in the Mustang. Chris is coming back out in the Mustang, or is he being towed off? No, it looks like he's up in the stage 1. And stage lane 2 is Milan Dockig, our good friend Venus de Milo. But all the crews, families, drivers, owners, supporters of our Nostalgia Racing. To all our cruise owners, drivers, supporters, families of the Nostalgia Racing here at Mildura today and for tomorrow. Big thanks for turning up. Thanks for supporting the track. Thank you for supporting the Nostalgia Races of Australia. Just looking out through the pits there, there's a lot of good looking cars. I can see the Gas Bagger and the Pulsator. Dirty Harry, I can see the little Plymouth Arrow of Crookies, and right over the back there, the Nova and the Tiranas and everything, and it looks great. Edwin Emanuele's car over there. It's great to see all these cars turning up to the Nostalgia event. The Haywire of Ash Haley's car, fantastic looking big gasser. Mark Bush's nice little utility there from the MB Performance Competition Engines car. Nice burn on the tyres there from Milo Dockig, ladies and gentlemen, the Wild Willies. Chris Jackson over there in the Mustang. He is out of Melbourne, just out in the Belgrave area, Tacoma, beautiful part of Melbourne, out in the hills. And Wild Willies, he's from Hallam area, out in Hampton Park area, out in the west of Melbourne, east of Melbourne, pardon me. And that's Milo Dockig, our friend Venus de Milo. And Willie's got a big engine in this one, ladies and gentlemen. 529 cubic inch big block. Up against a 525 big block Chevrolet out there in the Mustang of Chris Jackson. Both supercharged cars, both looking extremely good. That Milo blew the tyres off it at the start there, but still runs a 152 mile an hour. Gets a 522 off the line, a 110 on his reaction. He's going to be a happy little Venus. And a 631 at 116 for Chris Jackson. But what a ride there for Milo Dockig. He blows the tyres off it, hits it into second cog, raises them up again, and it just grew legs. Look at that, 152 mile an hour on a big skid down the track. So well done, Milo. Here we go, Simon Richards, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful Chevrolet Camaro, Jerry Bickle car out of the States. And as I said before, the reason Jerry Bickle, a lot of people buy Jerry Bickle cars because Jerry Bickle is the bloody man. He builds a beautiful car. And have a look at this, the Chevrolet Camaro, Simon Richards from Richards Diesel. He's out of Port Perry in South Australia. And he's had this car a couple of seasons now, added his own touch to it. Starting to get used to it, still always learning, never stop learning with these cars. But I tell you what, he comes back with a huge smile on his face every time he does. Simon Richards out here, ladies and gentlemen, just having a look at this. A 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Got the big blower on top of it. Got the straps on the side of the blower, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see those two straps on both sides of the blower, just in case it wants to part company. So it won't blow off, blow back into the car itself. It'll hang on with those straps. Headed towards the wall there, backed it out, gave it a good shunt across the line there at a 525 at 117 mile an hour. So well done there. Good drive for Simon. Started to head towards the wall a bit, so backed it out, did the right thing. Bob Sherry coming up now, ladies and gentlemen. He has got the little gangster, the Chevrolet Vega, another one of these little cars, a fantastic looking car, big engine, 469 cubic inch Chevrolet. And the little Chevrolet Vega of Bob Sherry, ladies and gentlemen. As I've said before, this bloke's been around for a lot of years. Driven top fuel, driven super sedan, driven street cars, driven olds. It's just about everything there is to drag race. Bob's put his backside in. Drove an alcohol funny car for a while for the Stanley brothers. Let's see how he goes this time. Car sounding a little bit better. Just been backed up. Dave Foster backing him up there, getting him nicely in his line. Centre of the lane, make sure he's pointed straight. Bringing him back a fair way so they can bring him up. We'll see what's happening. Yeah, a bit of a squirt into the butterflies, just not to freeze them up. Little gangster out there, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Sherry. Good looking little car. Great cartoon on the back there. The big hat, the 45, and the little gangster at the back there. Let's see how he goes. Gets a nice launch on the wheels up, but crackled all the way down the strip. Unfortunately, he will get it fixed. He will get it back out there. Just a quick note, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a food vendor here. It's under the blue canopy, pretty much just behind the tower. And there are drinks down there as well. Drinks are in the club rooms too, alcoholic drinks from the club rooms. So if you like a beer or something like that, go into club rooms and stay in the club rooms if you're drinking. Thank you. Michael Jennings and Michael Punton coming out now in the Exterminator and the She's Aces. Michael Jennings, David Pesios is coming back down from the tower. Good guy, thanks David. Michael Jennings out there in the Exterminator. Reaction to 282 for Michael in She's Aces, and look at this. He crosses over on a 760 at 91 and an 811 at 85 mile an hour there for Mike Jennings. Good burn on the tyres from Rossi Holmes out there in the FX Files. And the F-bomb down there of James Emming running a Chevrolet engine in this car, a little 350 Chevrolet. Both cars running 350s. Looks like you've got the Paul Rogers Motorsport symbol on the side there for Paul Rogers gearbox on the MX going through the tops, giving it a good hit all the way. The Wild Willies, ladies and gentlemen, of Milo Dockett coming back 152 mile an hour past Four Venus himself. Here we go, Wins Munster and Dirty Harry heading down the track now. Pete O'Leary and Wayne Stevens. Now Wayne goes through and Dirty Harry on 9.06.1 at a 76 and an 8.27 and 81 miles an hour for Peter O'Leary. Jesse Burke, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse Burke out there in the big staunch Dodge Phoenix and 454 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in it. And he's up against Ronnie Smith now, just having a look here. Stephanie Zoke has said good morning. Connor Holmes, ETA on the Outlaws, mate, they're coming out now. Todd Berrup, hello from Las Vegas in Nevada. G'day, Todd, how are you? Kira Dog is watching. Mick Kelly is watching. Smith not getting a really good run off the line there, but the car picking up, and he goes through now on an 8.92 at 79 mile an hour and a 7.095 at 98 miles an hour. Great to see Con Gunner. Yes, Con, the weather looks fantastic. Side by side burnouts, the 55 and the 57 Chevrolet of Peter Rains and Ashley Haley. Ashley in the haywire. Actually in the haywire, the big Chevrolet coming back up in lane 2, and the badass 2 of Peter Rains out there in the big 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. 1957 versus 1955. Peter Rains and Ash Haley having a bit of fun. Con, yes, the weather looks fantastic here, mate. It's great to see your name popping in and saying hello. Just having a look at the FXs coming back under the tower here, ladies and gentlemen. They look fantastic, these old beasts, but concentrating now. Here we go. Good run there from Ash Haley. Ash gets one to 55, running a 289 Supercharged engine in it. And he's up against the 427 small block Chevrolet of Peter Rains. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, Noel Imden out there and Gavin Polish. Noel out there in the tall 20T and Gavin Polish out there in the 1938 Ford Coupe. Some good looking cars out here. The tall T, 1922. So that car is 97 years old now. And I think the driver's not far off, but he's been around for a long time. I remember reading about Noel Inman, and this car back in the 70s in Custom Rodder magazine when Noel first would have hit the scene back in the late 60s, early 70s. He received a plaque this morning from the drag club this morning, just for being one of the drivers who raced here 20 years ago at the first meeting. Noel Inman goes through on a 7.180 and at 95 miles an hour, and a 7.94, 87 miles an hour there for Here we go, Peter. Michael Aarons gets away in the little, I reckon that's about a 23, that one. It's a good looking little roadster, little flathead Ford roadster. It's a 27 actually. And Claire Doosley out there. Claire runs away in the little 262 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in the 32 Ford Coupe. Ed Emanuele, ladies and gentlemen. Ed Emanuele, he is out there in the little blue roadster out there, and Ian Hicksy out there in the little yellow Ford Shooter. Bob Sherry coming back along the return load, ladies. We've got the thumb out there. Emanuele still running down the strip 20 years later. Great to see Ed out here, and congratulations to all those people who received their certificates this morning. Dave Rudd coming out now. Look at this little roadster. Isn't that gorgeous? The 1928 Ford Roadster out there in lane 1. In lane 2 we've got a little Ford Roadster, about a 32, 33. It's running a 351 cubic inch Ford Windsor engine in it. That's in Ian Todd's car in lane 2. And it's a 289 cubic inch Ford engine in the little roadster out there in lane 1. Both a couple of little Fords. Where's me Ford, mate? Good on you, pal. Look at these, aren't they? A thing of beauty. They really are. When you look at the time, look into these cars, they're polished. I reckon you can lift the treads up and they'll be shiny on the bottom. Nice launch there from Toddy. He gets away at 345, 7.5 at 93 mile an hour and 8.5 at 80 miles an hour for Dave Rudd. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, we have got, here he goes, Berkey's from the Burke's Omeo service station. Look at this, it's an international. It's Greg Burke. He is out there. It's an international pickup, a 1942 running a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. And he's up against the 1948 Austin of Gary Burke. Greg Burke out there in the little Austin two-door. It's actually a Pommy car. These never came to Australia because they came out as Devons, as four-doors. This is actually a Dorset. So she's the full import. It's the Monaro version of the Devon, the two-door. So Greg Burke out there in lane 2. Look at this, all passes get very close to the centre line, but still goes through nicely. He runs a 670 at 105 and a 635 at 108 there for Greg Burke. Magic man himself, he'll tell you. Best bloke in the world, you ask him, he'll tell you. And Michael Tudden, Michael out here in lane 2. Stephanie Zokers, are you watching, honey? Your hubby's about to run. Lamar Stibbleton construction car out there. Twice Australian champion. Was a runner-up this year, so he called himself the first loser. And Mike Tuddenham out here now. Michael running. red lights his first round, but runs through on a 6.11 and 113 and a 6.47 and 108 mile an hour for Mike Tuddenham. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, coming through. Look at this. Mario Bagnotto out there in the little Capri, and Lance Larkham out there in this beautiful 406 cubic inch Chevrolet Camaro. Ryan Lee just backing up there. Look at the colours of these two cars. Look at the colour of that Camaro. It's like a mulberry colour. Fantastic. Midnight Mulberry, I think it may be called, but gorgeous looking machine. Beautiful colour, beautiful car, good guy driving it. Mario Bagnotto, the ever popular little Capri, and Mario's a pretty popular guy himself. Great big overhead sprinkler system hanging out the bottom. 485 there for Bagnotto, and Larkham goes through on a 5.55 at 124 and a 6.21 at 111. Gary Vogelsang in the Taboo Camaro. Robbie Bergerman out there. Happy birthday, Robbie Bergerman. He's out there in the Valiant in lane 1, and Gary Vogelsang in the Taboo Chevrolet Camaro in lane 2. Should be up around about a 6.30 for Gary. Robbie Bergerman lane 2 far behind, but I reckon a 6.31 runs a 6.23. Good pass there for Rob Bergman and a 6.045. I'll tell you what, that's a good pass there for Vogelsang. Brendan Carr in this beautiful blown Tirana. Rod Plowman out there in the Mustang. Look at this smoke billowing out of the car from the burnout. Brendan Carr out here in the little V8 Tirana with the big supercharger hanging out the bonnet. What a fierce looking machine. And the Mustang, the beautiful graceful lines of the Mustang with the bulge in the bonnet. Great looking car. Big M&H Race Masters on the back there. Like the car, but look at that Clearman getting a little bit untidy halfway down the track, but still gets there nicely. It's 123 mile an hour pass on a 6.28 in the red light for car, and the 6.3 at 108 mile an hour there for Plowman. Next pairing, Julian Carafa. He's coming out now in the big Willies with Charlie Pitt in the Monaro. Julian Carafa out here, ladies and gentlemen, running a big block Chevrolet, 632 cubic inches in the 1941 Willys. Goes through there on a 5.078, 138 mile an hour, and a 6.099 and 111. Matty Cockrell out next with Dave O'Sullivan. Sullivan gets a nice little burn on the Scorpion there. Matty Cockrell out there, 434 cubic inch Ford engine. Both cars ready to go now. Look at this. O'Sullivan and a little Scorpion. He's ready to go. Oh, nice launch. Matty Cockerell gets one, a 619 and 110 and a 660 and 106 there for O'Sullivan. Mark Busher now there's them. Look at this. Sean McClellan in the big Chevrolet Camaro again. McClellan backing up in the Camaro. Good looking car. Another 68 model Chevrolet. Smoke and Grillers Barbecue. Boys up the other end of the strip just having a quick look. They are our track spotters. Just looking there, they may have something come off the car. They just want to have a quick look just to make sure everything's safe. Now you see, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, we are running Pro Tree today instead of the 400ths of a second blinks down on the tree where all the yellows go down before it goes green. We're doing Pro Tree, so when they get into stage, the starter, at his discretion, pushes the button, all yellow lights on the lead, Mark Bushy, red lights, Evan Luke and McClellan getting a good run out at a 560 at 123 mile an hour. And a 690, 619 at 111 there for Bushy. So all lights will illuminate quickly, go straight to green. Troy Jackman, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Hunt. Steve Hunt out there in the panel van. Troy Jackman out there in the Tirana. I think he might have just pipped Jackman at the post. Yes, he did. A 652 at 107, 638 at 107 mile an hour. Both 107 mile an hour passes. Jackman goes through in a 638. Steve just got there just a bit quicker. Corey Reid coming up next with Stevie Crook. Corey out there in the Falcon running up against Stephen Crook. Crookie in the little Plymouth Arrow. Corey Reid running a big hairdryer on this big 6-cylinder. Ran in the 6s before, ran a 699 before. Let's see if he can go a little bit better. And Steve Crook always gets the wheels up on this little Arrow. Let's see what he can do it again. Show running sump plug. Corey Reid gets away and build it up. Look at this, he's going for a big pass. He's done it at 594 at 118 miles an hour. He's done another under 6 second run, so he'll be happy. Alex Bly's coming out in this immaculate Holden HQ Monaro. Look at this, the twin headlights, the Premier front on it. Fantastic looking car, big block Chevrolet, and running a 526 big block. Julian Carafa coming back here, the beautiful black Willies. Good on you, Julian. Nice pass again, mate. Gorgeous looking car. Big blunt nose, brutal looking car. Fantastic. Gets himself up nicely on there, up to 60 footer. Wayne Hewitt coming up now, ladies and gentlemen. Billy Crozier, the Pooh Carey projectile. There's Billy out there. And Wayne Hewitt out there. He's running a 655 cubic inch Chevrolet engine up against the 350 cubic inch Chevrolet engine of Billy Crozier in the little grey Altered. What a gorgeous looking little car this Altered is. And Wayne Hewitt's fabulous looking car. And the red sits up high in it because the body's reasonably low. And you look at Billy Crozier, sits down very low in the cage in this car. Billy Crozier out there, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful little grey Altered. I think this is Bill's first meeting in this car. The engine of that is out of the dragster he ran for so many, many years. He ran it at 6th Street in Merbein and ran it out here for a lot of years too, and he got himself back into drag racing with this little Altered. And it's great to see Billy, our Pooh Carey projectile, back into racing. Wayne Hewitt out there running the 655 Cube Chevrolet. He's out there in lane 1. Good looking car. Love the yellow flash of that, the lightning strike through it. Hewitt gets one at 282 and he runs through on 127 mile an hour and 110 mile an hour pass there for Billy Crozier. Next one, Pete Cook coming out in a little Angular, and he's up against Tony Saunders out there in the white Altered now. And he's up against Tony Saunders running the 400 small block Chevrolet in the little 23T Altered. Backing himself up now, getting ready to come into his Pete Cook out there in the little Altered. Tony Saunders just been rolled up into line. If you are watching on Sporting Scribe, don't forget to subscribe to the page so that you can put comments up and we will see them here. I can see Mick Kyle, he's watching. Picks it up, gets it out, but Cookie gets away nicely, but Tony Saunders, good run there, an 0.99 reaction, runs through on a 560 at 107 mile an hour. And Cookie goes through pretty quickly too at about 107 mile an hour pass too. Danny Wilson out there at the moment in the 37, and he's up against Richard Farquhar. Richard out there in the little Altered, little bucket, a 1923 Ford with a 283 Chev in it, with a small supercharger on the top, and another 400 Chevrolet out there in the 35 pickup of Danny Wilson. Beautiful weather here at Mildura, so if you've got some friends sitting at home doing nothing, watching football, tell them to get their backsides out here and come and watch the drag race. Nostalgia will go into the early evening around about 6:30, and then we'll have the fun day tomorrow, so you're back out here and welcome again tomorrow to come out. Got a few of the cars here, just a little bit of muck on the track. I think the way it's cleaning up must have been a little bit of coolant. Just while they're cleaning up the track there, we'll just do a solo pass here for Richard Farquhar. So lane 1 is out at the moment. Good little pass there for Richie, goes through on a 631 at 109 mile an hour. Danny Wilson out here now, ladies and gentlemen, in the little 35 pickup. Gets away nicely here, red light. 1:43 on his reaction time, 5:97 at 114 mile an hour. Pete O'Connell coming out now, and El Diablo and Chris Farrell coming out. Chris out there in the big red Bantam. Peter coming out in a little 302 Ford engine, front engine dragster. This car has been built for a long time. The Bantam molded there of Chris Farrell. Chris altered out of Farrell. Chris Farrell in the altered. He's out of Portland, the South Coast Raceway. And Peter O'Connell out there in the El Diablo rail. He's got a 302 in that car. And I think we're running a 560 odd cubic inch engine in the Chris Farrell car. Fantastic looking altered this car. Really tough machine. There he goes. Shoots down the track there. Look at this, runs a 480 at 144 mile an hour, and a 646 at 107 there for Pete O'Connell. Rod Sparrow out here, ladies and gentlemen, the Sunraysia Institute car, the ex-Johnny Millick's car, and sadly we all miss John, good guy, but it's nice to see the Sparrow brothers have brought this car back out, got a little bit of sponsorship from the Sunraysia Institute where they both work as mechanical engineers, and it's great to see the boys out here racing again. And he goes through on a 540 and 124 miles an hour. Chris Leslie and Anthony Rochella coming up next. Coming into third round, this is nice to see the Oz Muscle cars coming out. We've got Anthony Rochella in this beautiful 66 Holden HR utility. And Anthony is running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in this ute. And he's up against Christopher Leslie. Now Chris is running a 350 Chevrolet in Little Tirana also. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is going to have a quick lunch break. We're going to have 10 minutes and then we're going to go straight into elimination. So if you want to grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, it'd be a good idea to do it now. There are food vendors, there's a food vendor in the pits here, so if you want to grab yourself something to eat, all our spectators over on the hill, by all means, come around, walk around the end of the track there and have a 10-minute break. We will get back into racing then.
doing a nice run out there in the start. Max Bruggy out there in the little Kelvin Hunter, running a 327 against Eliminations.
Max out there in lane 1, the Max Cranes equipment hire lane 1. And Billy Pappas out there in the Charger in lane 2. This is first round of elimination, unfortunately for Max Bruggy. He red lights, rolls forward. You can see him shaking his head in disappointment. And the win in that one will go to Billy Pappas. Billy runs through on a 6:48 for 106 miles an hour. Remo Rende comes up next. Remo's dialed in at a 700 right on it, and he's got to give away 2.65 seconds to Jeff Farley in lane 2, who has dialed in at a 965. Down now, 3:31 on the reaction there for Remo, 3:14 for Jeff. And the win goes to Remo Rende. He runs through on a 7055 and a 975 there for Jeff Farley. So closest to his dial in, and a good pass there for Remo. Luke Preston's dials in at a 700 on the utility up against Robin Phillips. She's dialed in at a 636. See how Robin goes. She's going to be the chaser in this one. 636 she's dialed in on a 700. Preston's he's lining up now, gets a nice look start there, 4.99 on the reaction time, and the win goes to Luke Preston's in lane 1. So Luke Preston takes the win there. Johnny Clance is coming up next. He's in the Monaro out there, ladies and gentlemen. Runs a 768 and a 680 on the Black Falcon there for Jamie Maladisnikov. Johnny Clance take it? Yes, he does. He takes the win there at a 768 at 91 mile an hour. And a 687, 100 mile an hour there for Jamie Maladisnikov. Kevin O'Neill coming up now. Kevin's dialed in at a 705 and he's running up against Robbie Camilleri. Rob's dialed in at a 652. Kevin O'Neill there on a 705 against a 652 of Rob Camilleri. So Rob's giving him away a couple of seconds. Gets away nicely on a 395, but Robbie really picks up the game there at a 289. Kev O'Neill in lane 1 takes the win. Runs a 7170 at 94 mile an hour. Next barrier is Steve Evertson out there in the little black Tirana running up against Scotty McKenzie in the Cameo Beige FE, thank you. And he's dialed in at a 690 and a 785 for Evertson. Scotty McKenzie, not a good pass there, so the win will immediately go to Ibbotson as Scott McKenzie looks like he's handicapping himself out of that one. Next pairing is Billy Honduras. Now Billy out there in lane 1 is dialed in at a 710 and a 660 dial in there for Andrew Ricketts. Andrew out here in the green, the lime green Holden. It's an 8Z Holden running a 409 cubic inch LS Chevrolet engine up against the 360. Billy Honduras gets a good run out off the box here on a 219. Can he hold him out? Can Billy take the win? And the win goes to Billy Honduras out there in lane 1. Runs a 7180 at a 97 mile an hour and a 660. Right on his button there, 6601, but unfortunately for Andrew Ricketts, the win goes to Billy Honduras. Paul Circuit coming out now in the Little Tirana and Lou Turbo out there in his immaculate XD Falcon. Paul out there in the little LJ Tirana. He's in lane 1. Now he took out the nostalgia meeting at Swan Hill in May last year. Or May this year, pardon me, last season. So Paul Circuit's dialed in at a 625 and Lou DeCherbo is dialed in at a 705. So Lou, he will get a good run and Paul will have to watch his taillights head out for a second and see if he can catch him. Both cars wearing Convo Pro wheels. Here we go. Off he goes. Oh, DeCherbo gets away nice. But look at that Circuit, gets a great run past. Peter Carianis out here at the moment. He is in lane 1 in the Monaro. He is dialed in at a 666, the Devil's number, 753 for Carianis and a 666 for Kenny Borg out here in lane 2. He is in the little Cortina. Both cars getting ready. Carianis gets away. Oh, Kenny Borg, red lights. Unfortunately for Boogie. Peter Carianis in lane 1. Barry Ross out here in this beautiful EH Holden at the moment, dials in a 670 and he's up against Kylie O'Connor and the little Muttley, the HB. He's running a 765, so we'll see how he goes. Barry out there in the running a 408 Chevrolet V8 in the EH, and it's a little 250 Ford Crossflow engine in the little Tirana out there of Kylie O'Connell. She's gone away on a 301 and a 327 for Ross, and the win goes to Kylie O'Connell in lane 2. She takes the win at a 766, just a hundredth off her dialing, so good run for Kylie. Simon Lazaro coming up next, and Paul Kent. Simon running a 710 and a 660 dial in there for Paul Kent in lane 2 in the Falcon. Spiro Demou, ladies and gentlemen, he's out there in that immaculate HQ utility, and he's running up against Matt Smart in this little Corolla running a 202 Holden 6-cylinder. Now Spiro out there, he is running a 308 Holden V8. Good looking car. They've got a nice set of Coghlan wheels on it and a nice set of globes there on the little Corolla. He gets away at a 156 for the Spiro, 292. This will be an interesting run to see if Matt Smart can run him down, which he does. Matt Smart takes the win on a 7114 at 89 miles an hour. Tony Antonio and Rob Atkinson. Rob Atkinson in the Camaro takes the win on a 665 on a 650 dial-in. 710 for Tony, and he runs a 722. Paul Jennings coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. He is out there in the little yellow Chevrolet Nova. And Tony Lamana coming up. He is also in the little yellow Chevrolet Vega. So dial in there for Paul. Fatty Jennings is 702. And Tony Lamana right on the 600. Michael Bridges down there just helping out there. Good to see Michael here. Wonder where his car is. But Paul Jennings down there, current Australian Super Street champion. That's why he's got the number 1 on the windows. Tony Lamana gets a little bit sideways off the launch then, backs it out but still chases him down. Paul Jennings takes the win and he runs through on a Paul Jennings dials a 702, runs on a 711, takes a nice little win there. Kylie Carusi coming up next, up against Jason Winner now. Jason in the big Chevrolet and Kylie Carusi, she'll come out in the little 65 Mustang. Fantastic day here at Mildura, ladies and gentlemen. The sun is shining. No wonder they call it the Sunset Strip. Looks fantastic. Slight breeze coming the right way too from the southwest and running straight down our track here, so times will improve. Good day for drag racing. A bit of a mishap earlier today, but the good news is Andrew Chessels is well. He's up getting checked out at the hospital, etc. So everything is well. And he's going to be sore for a couple of days, but that means the belts have done their job and given him a good shut around. So they're just doing the precautionaries up there at the moment. And the good news is Andrew will be okay. Kylie Carusi, she's dialed in at a 940 and a 690 for Jason Winnan. So he's looking at 2.5 seconds. So that should get Kylie well out over the 60-footer before he can launch. So this will be Pro Tree launch on Dial Your Own. We'll see how they go there. Instead of all the lights coming down, blink, 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 green, they will go down all at once. There they go, look at that. Don't forget he's running the 8 too, Jason Winnan. He's going through those cogs pretty quick. And Jason Winnan takes the win, dials a 690, runs a 714 at 100 mile an hour. Kylie not too far off her, she dials a 940, runs a 942. Next pairing, Craig Norris coming out in a Chevrolet Camaro, and Deb O'Connell, she'll be coming out in a Mustang also. Craig Norris runs in at a 680 and an 849 there for Deb O'Connell. Craig out there in the beautiful Chevrolet Camaro. Here we go, Mustang versus Chevrolet Camaro. This will be a good run. Norris has dialed in at a 680. He's got to wait for O'Connell. She's dialed in at an 840. And he's got the fuel spewing out of the tail end of the car there of the Camaro. He goes through and takes the win there. Dials a 680, runs a 705. So a little bit of fuel spilling out of the back of the Camaro there. The boys are right on it. Starting to evaporate already. Mel Baker coming up now, he's in the gas bagger. Mel's dialed in at a 761. And an 870 there for James Hemming in the F-bomb. So Mel's got to watch him disappear for 1.1 seconds, so that is a full tree. Full tree in the old dial your own, where every light on the tree, when they blink down in the normal dial your own, instead of running pro tree, all lights will go together, straight to green. Making his way on a 333 reaction. Can he chase him down? And Mel Baker in the gas bagger takes the win over James Hemming in the F-bomb. Peter O'Leary coming up next, and he's up against Peter Rains. This will be interesting. The win's Munster against the big Chevrolet 57 Chevrolet. Yes, it is. Now the win's Munster. He is dialed in. That's 820. Peter Rains is dialed in at a 645. So he's going to have to watch him disappear for a second and a half. .202 Holden powered. Can Rainsy catch him up, growing legs at the right time? Can Rainsy do it? Yes, he does. Pete Rains does it in the 57 Chevrolet, runs a 651, 104. Here we go. Jesse Burke coming out now. Wayne Stevens out here in Dirty Harry. Jesse Burke out there in the big Dodge Phoenix. Now Jesse dialed in at a 700 and an 8.7. Dial in there for Dirty Harry. Wayne Stevens in the Dirty Harry car. And Jesse running down. Look at this, the old Dirty Harry. I think he might have done the trick here. No, he's broken out. He dials an 870, runs a 750. Big mistake on the dial in there. So Jesse Burke takes the win. Dean Walding out there in the Pulsator, ladies and gentlemen. He is in lane 2. Ross Holmes in the FX Files. He's dialed in at a 690 and an 820 for Dean Walding. Both cars ready to go. Walding gets away nicely at 350. Holmes gets away to 122. Can he catch him? Ross Holmes and the FX Files takes the win. Here we go, the big haywire of Ash Haley, ladies and gentlemen. He's dialed in at a 570. Michael Jennings in the Exterminator has dialed in at an 812. Mike Jennings out there in the Exterminator and an exact replica of the Graham Elliott car, who is a co-owner of this car with Michael. Looks fantastic. All sign written, no vinyls on that car. Repco Auto Parts, Exterminator Pacemaker Drag Club. Nice launch there from Michael, 169. Chasing down in vintage gas, and the win goes to Michael Jennings in lane 2 in the Exterminator. Rounding round robin here today, ladies and gentlemen, so you'll see everyone continue to run, then the two cars closest to the pin at the end of our eliminations will run off in a final. So there's no one on the trailer, everyone will still run. Ronnie Smith out there in the little Harry Potter special. Wheels up as he gets away. Mr. Cog got it back. Coming around into hot rods now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see Michael Aaron's little 27, gorgeous looking little hot rod. Got the white wheel tyres on it, the white walls. Running the radial razor blades on it, nice thin little tyre. You'll see that car rolling around very soon, but just looking into the lanes now, it looks like Ian Hick in the little yellow Ford Tudor, running a 383 Supercharged Chevrolet. And a 1938 Ford Coupe running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet of Gavin Poolish. Immaculate looking paint job on the Polish car out there in lane 2. It's a 38 Ford Coupe. I think they were called businessman's coupe because they had a big boot in them, so they could either run moonshine or put all their equipment in them to run. Travelling salesman, and then you see Ian Hick out there. Hick's got the 1935 Tudor. with the 383 Supercharged Chevrolet engine in it.
Thank you. Sounds ready.
Both cars rolling up now. Hicks dialed in at a 619 and a 790 for Polish. Now he will get a good nearly 2 seconds on this one. It's about a 1.7 second advantage. So Ian Hick will have to watch him travel away. And there he goes, Ken Hicks. I tell you what, that little car of Hicks, he is really battling down there, and he goes across the line, dials a 619, runs a 630, 95 mile an hour, gets an 817. For Polish there. So Michael Aarons comes up next. He's dialed in 10 seconds. And Ian Todd's dialed in at a 750. So Toddy's going to have to watch him disappear down the course there for 2.5 seconds. Both cars, Michael Aarons dials in at a 10. He's in that beautiful little yellow roadster. Little flathead with 4 carburetors on top. And Ian Todd gets to under 246. Can he catch him up and take the win? Yes, he does. So what's happening is the boards down the end are more accurate than the boards under the tree, or the boards under the tree are hard to see. Drivers, just for your accuracy of your dial-ins, look at the scoreboards at the end of the course for your dial-in. Don't look at the boards under the tree. For some reason, they're giving us an inaccuracy. So, right, so the boards, your scoreboards at the end of the strip will have your dial-in on them. So look down at the end of the course for your dial-in. Ed Emanuele gets away. Can Gary Parsons catch him? Ed Emanuele takes the win. Greg Burke from the AMEO service station out there in the Little International. He's running up against this immaculate little car of David Rudd's. David out of South Australia. It is a 1928 Ford Roadster running a 289 cubic inch Ford engine. He's up against the 42 International pickup of Greg Burke. Now Greg's car running a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. Both cars coming up into stage now. Pre-stage now for David Rudd. Full stage there for pre-stage there for Greg Burke as well. Full stage now for both cars. There goes the tree. Rudd gets away on a 767. And he takes him down, just kicks it a little bit, gets across the line there. So Greg Burke takes the win on the 640 at 106 mile an hour. Next pairing will be Claire Doucet out there in the 29 car. And Noel Inman out there in the 1922 car. So Claire Doucet, she's running a 1932 Ford Coupe. And it's running a 262 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. And running the Tall T, it's a centre door car, running a 347 cubic inch Ford Windsor engine, is Noel Inman. Claire Doucet takes the win over the old legend himself of Noel Inman. Claire goes quite well, dials a 960, runs a 965. Noel dials a 698, runs a 709. The reaction time got it for Claire there. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, top eliminator. We've got Nicky Ellis out there in the altered. And he'll be running up against Venus de Milo Dokic. He's in the Wild Willies, now 152 mile an hour pass earlier. Good kick on the bags in for Milo Dokic. He rose up on the bags and kicked it twice in his last pass. A 152 mile an hour pass. So we'll see how Milo goes now. He's dialed into a 445. And Nicky Ellis out there in lane one has dialed in at a 429. Tommy Easton out there just helping Nicky Ellis come in, the legend himself. Look at this, there's not much in this, and the win goes to Nicky Ellis. Double breakout here. He dials a 429, runs a 419. A 445 for Milo, runs a 427, 168 mile an hour for Milo Dokic, and 160 mile an hour for the winner, Nicky Ellis. Double breakout. The one who broke out by the least was Nicky Ellis, so he'll take that win. But Milo Dokic, 168 mile an hour, nearly a 170 mile an hour pass today. This track is getting better and better and better, and Milo will have a smile on him like a split watermelon now. Mike Evans coming up next. He's dialed in the big Plymouth Cooter, a 414. Here we go. Heads up both races. Tim Stewart dials in at a 414 also. Mike Evans means business. Look at this, the big burn on the tyres. Timmy Stewart out there. Tim out there in the Stang. He's dialed into the 414, so this is 414 both lanes. This will be a good pass for both cars. Both cars coming up now, getting themselves ready, coming into full stage now for Mike Evans. Full stage now 2 for Tim Stewart. Early there, red lights by a big way, so the wind goes straight away to Tim Stewart. He rolls down there at 137 mile an hour. But big leave too early there for Mike Evans. So the wind goes in that one, run to Tim Stewart. Right, Jason Farley coming up, ladies and gentlemen. He's dialed in for 465 and Andrew Braithwaite. Both cars coming in on 465 dial-ins. Jason Kiley coming up now. Looks like we've got a little bit of muck on the car. We're not sure what it is, whether it's just could be a little bit of fluid. The boys are just doing a quick clean up. No one's panicking, so it looks like we're going to be running Andrew Braithwaite. Coming in, Andrew now in the Little Wizard front engine dragster. His first pass was 152 mile an hour. Jason Kiley's first pass 152 mile an hour. Both boys have dialed in equal handicap of 465. So they will both leave in what's called a heads-up start, where they both start at once. There's no handicap on this one. You'll see both cars leave a minute. Here we go. Jason lifts the wheels up. Look at this. Jason Kiley carries the wheels half the track. Andrew Braithwaite breaks out. Dials a 465, runs a 443. Big breakout. Kiley backs it out halfway through it because he's got the wheels up and he's heading towards the wall. He runs a 499 at 133 mile an hour. How's that for drag racing, ladies and gentlemen? Carry the wheels for 120 feet, back off, then kick it again. Next pairing, Greg Angus coming out here in the red HQ, and Michael Ohms, Mickey Ohms, coming out here in the blown altered. Mick in lane 2, in the Artworks lane 2, and then Max Crane's Equipment Hire lane 1, we've got Greg Angus. Greg Angus out there, ladies and gentlemen. Both cars have dialed in at a 510. So this will be interesting. Hello, we've got a problem here. The car has turned itself off again. It's leaned out. So he has a fuel problem with this car. It's leaned itself out and turned off. Righto, we're going to run Greg Angus so he's not going to overheat the car. Greg Angus gets away a little bit of a pop there, but he's just going to roll it through. We'll find out what the pop was. A little bit of a, we'll see what this is. We'll see once Dean picks the mop up what it is, whether it's oil or just coolant. Looks like it may be a bit of oil. So Chris Jackson now, he'll come up and into lane 1 and Graham Shield into lane 2. Shield's had a bit of a problem before, broke the wheelie bar off the back of the big Dodge Challenger and may have buggered first gear off the trans brake. The car kept hopping in, so he had a trans brake problem. So now he's going to run the car in second gear and see if he can do it. So he's only got one cog. It's a Power Glide. They only get 2 cogs in them. Just a bit of a clean up on the track here, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see it, the boys have found a little bit of muck on the track, so they're going to give us a little bit of a clean up before we get stuck back into it. But Chris Jackson will come out in the Mustang and he'll dial in at a 555 and Graham Shield will dial in at a 640. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, our second round or second episode of Drag Race Central will be on the 9th of September out of the lovely Stella Pizza in Pierce Street in Altona. Come down for a pizza, come down and watch the show, come down and be a part of the show at Stella Pizza on the 9th of September. It's Monday the 9th at 7 o'clock we start. So if you want to grab a pizza around about 6 and join in and watch the show. We had our last one Monday evening this week. Had a fantastic time, had about 50 people turn up. All drag races all around the Melbourne area, so please, we encourage everyone else. We had Ash Haley there giving a report on the Nostalgias, Pete Alexander giving a report on the radial cars, and Spud Russell giving us a call on the Supercharged Outlaws and the Wild Bunch. And we're going to get some more people. Peter Bellio will turn up next and talk about cruises and customs at our next meeting. And our big guest next meeting, I've talked to one gentleman today, hopefully he will turn up for us next time, will be Tommy Easton. Tommy's here today. But our major guest, who we have already locked in for an interview and a good chat and a good laugh, is the great Jim Walton. So anyone who's been around drag racing for a lot of years will remember Jimmy Walton. And speaking of my co-host, there's the lovely Susie Stewart driving back in the Stang down there at the moment. Fantastic looking car, the Mustang. Mike Evans following along in the Cuda. And if you have a look at the back window on the Mustang, ladies and gentlemen, the wrap on that window is like looking through the back window of a 66 Mustang when they first came off the showroom floor. So the wrap on that looks fantastic at the back of the car. Mike Evans is Plymouth Cooter just rolling underneath the tower at the moment, all the way from Tasmania, running a big 521 Hemi engine in that car. Mike's been around for a lot of years. A good friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours over in the States, ran 191 mile an hour yesterday in a big effort. John Stanley and Camp Stanley in their pro mod on the 200 metre mark. And they were over the moon. What started with a boom ended up with 191 mile an hour pass. So the boys were as happy as a pig in pie. It's looking down now. We still see Andrew Braithwaite coming through on the front engine wizard. Good on you, Andrew. Car looks fantastic, mate. With that little puffer on board, looks excellent, pal. And there she is, the Gambler. Black, shining and beautiful. Paul Carroll, Jason Kiley and all the crew down there. Jen Bannister in the car having a little bit of a drive back on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. And Greg Angus coming through now, ladies and gentlemen, in the small block Chevrolet. There's Greg sitting on the back of the utility there. How are you, mate? Give us a smile. Good on you, pal. Happy birthday. Gorgeous looking car, the Holden Monaro, and looks fantastic too, that car. Boys are just doing a quick bit of maintenance on the track. What we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, we are running round robin today so that no one's actually on the trailer after the first loss. What they're doing is we run the kind of point system where they will be given, I think it's the opportunity of about 4 runs, and they can win as many runs as they can. And the people who have got closest to the pin, the biggest points, 3 runs each. I've just been told by the lovely Janelle Mannix. Oh, she's an angel, isn't she? So it's 3 runs each, so you don't go on the trailer after your first loss. You can come back and win a couple others and just hope that you get closest to the pin towards the sharp end of the meeting when we come out for the racing. All the points are tallied up, and the 2 with the best points will go straight into the final. And then it's tucker time, and they can get on the grog. And they can tell lies and, tell how fast their cars went, thinking that we weren't here watching. But it's all good fun. A fair bit of bench racing will be done tonight over a couple of tins of cylindrical shape of different colours and alcohol content. Except, of course, us angels who don't drink. But it should be a good night here. It's always a great night here. We've got a rock and roll band turning up tonight. They will be in the big white marquee there. So hang around. There will be food on a little bit later. The food will be served. And then into the marquee for a bit of rock and roll, a bit of fun. And as I said, a little bit of bench racing and bullshitting. So it should be a great night. And all the people over on the mound, you are invited if you'd like to come. And come and enjoy your night with the Nostalgia Great Races. And all the friends here in drag racing. Our drag racing families turned up in force today. About 120 entries, I think we ended up with for the whole meeting. It was fantastic. And tomorrow there is the fun day out here tomorrow. So come out and watch them just get out here and burn the tyres off their car and have a lot of fun. Sporting Scribe is running at the moment through YouTube. So if you'd like to have a look at what we're doing, or even tomorrow, you can have a look on YouTube of what we've done today. By all means do. And if you would like to have a look now on YouTube by your phone or by your laptop, make a comment. You can make any comment you like as long as it's positive, please, about drag racing, or even just to say g'day. But you must subscribe to the page for your comment to come through. You can't just get there and say, Wardy, you're a dickhead, and not subscribe. You've got to subscribe, then you can say, Wardy, you're a dickhead, all right? So that's what you've got to do. And I'll tell Wardy you said it. Don't forget there is a food kiosk here, cafeteria down here in the Sunset Strip. It's in the pits here just beyond the tower. It's under the blue canopy. Don't forget there are people selling T-shirts. The Territory Tremor, they're selling T-shirts if they're still here. They broke the chassis on the car a little bit early, unfortunate. They're selling T-shirts. Also the Stang, Tim and Susie Stewart's car, they are selling T-shirts and stubby holders too. The Sunraysia Drag Racing Association is selling their merchandise out of the club room. And at the end of the big white marquee here, we have got the Nostalgia Racers selling their merchandise too. So grab a couple of T-shirts for the meeting, grab a bit of a souvenir of the meeting and everything, and you can take it home, and all money spent here goes straight back into drag racing. One thing I must ask too, ladies and gentlemen, if you're having a great day here, splash it all over Facebook or tweet, whatever you want to do. If you're having a shit day, don't put it on Facebook. Don't tell anyone that you had a shit day. It's your fault, not ours, all right? You've just got to be very careful what you're putting on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen. We had an accident here today. The worst thing you can do is immediately put it on Facebook, because Andrew's family may not have been here watching it. Then all of a sudden they see it splashed all over Facebook that Andrew's been involved in an accident. So please do not put anything like that on Facebook. Until you know that Andrew's up and about and walking around, then you can do what you like. But please withhold it for about 8 hours until we know everyone is all right. I ask this every meeting, and I'd like you to do that for us in the future, please. Just had a couple of messages come through on our Facebook site, on our YouTube site there, from Connor Holmes in South Australia. He subscribed and he has come through too. And Joy and Kenny Stroop have also subscribed too, and they put a few things on Facebook, and I can see their names coming up now. So it's great to see Ken and Joy Stroop, and I really do appreciate your compliment too. Thanks, Joy. Hope you and Kenny are really well. We must give a sing out to Kenny Stroop, the bravest man at drag racing. Kenny's got cancer, but he's not going to be held back. He's going to keep racing until he can't race anymore. So well done to Kenny Stroop. I admire you, mate. You're a good guy. Chris Jackson, he is out there in the Mustang now of Graham Shield. He is dialed in at a 640 and a 550 there for Chris Jackson. So we'll see how Shieldsy goes. He's got a few problems with his car, the trans brake, no first gear, and no wheelie, but we'll see how he goes. Chris Jackson over there in lane 1, he's dialed in at a 550, so he'll watch Shieldsy leave. Chris Jackson takes the win there. Looks like Shieldsy still having a few problems. Got the car going, ran out of first cog, thought he might have lost second then, but still running. Runs through on an 8:30 at 51, but a good run there at 6:46 and 115 for Chris Jackson. Right, next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, Jaden Talbot and Simon Richards. Jaden out there in the Forever Young Cooter. Now he's dialed a 434, and Simon Richards in the Camaro is dialed in at a 480. So this will be interesting to see how we go now. Jaden, his previous runs have been up around 148 mile an hour mark. 2 runs at 148 miles an hour. Simon at 170, so we'll how Jaden goes. Simon Richards out there in the Chevrolet Camaro. Jaden Talbot, ladies and gentlemen, out there, 4:34. He's dialed in the Plymouth Cougar. He's running a big Hemi in this car, and there's a big block Chevrolet down there in the Simon Richards car. He's dialed into the 480 in the Jerry Bickle built Camaro. Good looking car, got the High-Tech Oil sign on the side. Big thanks to Paul Canada and crew from High-Tech Oils, who sponsor one of the lanes here too for many, many years, along with Max Crane's Equipment Hire and Artworks. Charlie's Engineering, Coates Hire, Primtech Tractors and Duck Makers. Also the Mildura Gateway Tavern for the coldest beer in the Southern Hemisphere. Here we go, Jaden Talbot dials a 4:34 in the Plymouth. Simon Richards in the Camaro. Good to see a big crowd starting to turn up here at the drag racing. Nice to see a crowd starting to come again. Wayne Talbot bringing his brother Jaden forward now in the Forever Young. Just watching over there, just squirting the butterflies just so they won't freeze up on the hat. Simon Richards ready to go. Here we go, 480 for Simon, 434 for Jaden. This will be off the button, both cars. Ready to go, coming up, pre-stage now for Simon, pre-stage now for Jaden. Full stage for Simon, both cars, here we go. Simon gets a little bit loose down the other end and Jaden blows a blower belt off straight away. He runs through, Simon runs through at 121 mile an hour, but the blower belt snapped right on the start line there for Jaden. Hopefully that's the only damage he has. Graham Shield coming back under the tower now in the big Dodge Challenger. Car rolling back there. Luke Davis puts a new tyre around his neck called a blower belt. Just rolling the car back. Hopefully there's no damage to it because when a blower belt goes, they give themselves a good spin. And they have a burst plate under the blower, which if there's going to be any internal damage, the burst plate will explode out there and just save the engine a little bit. Won't prevent it, but it'll save it a little bit. Nice pass there from Jason. Simon Richards goes through at 121 mile an hour. Just noticed we've got a few people down here in front of the club room. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all? It's nice to give me a wave, yeah. Enjoying the neck oil. Enjoying the drags. Give us a cheer. Good on you. So I hope you're enjoying yourselves. If you all wave, you'll be on YouTube because there's Mark straight across the track there and he's pointing the camera at you now. So all yell out, "Hi, Mum." There you go. You'll all be on YouTube. You can watch your drunken self tomorrow. I hope you're not here for your girlfriends, all right, or your boyfriends, girls. Otherwise, you're dobbed right in now. Great white number. Vince Bottleone, ladies and gentlemen, he's coming out in the HD Holden. Dials into the 510. Bob Sherry coming out in the little Chevrolet Vega. He's dialed into the 550 now. Bob's been having a few problems with the car. Let's just hope he's got them sorted out for Bob's sake. Car just rolling over. Here we go, Vince Bottleone out there in the 65 Holden running up against the little Chevrolet Vega of Bob Sherry. You'll notice on the back of Vince Motley owned car, he's got a single caster out the back there. Bobby Sherry's got two on the back of the Vega, pardon me, and it's got pink paint on it. So what that will do, that will tell them how the car is launching, because it'll leave two little paint marks on the track and give them the indication if it's launching left, launching right, launching straight. So you'll see that Vince car will do the same thing. They read it off one line. But Bob's, as you'll see, he's got his wheel bars up pretty high. And we'll see if it leaves a couple of stripes on the track. Chris Jackson coming back under the tower now in the beautiful Mustang, the big blower hanging out the top of it. Now Bob's dialed in at a 510 for Vince and a 550 for Bob. Here we go. Vince Monteleone goes through. Vince Monteleone takes a win there. Good pass, 5:34 at 132 mile an hour. Great pass there for Vince. 760 at 81 mile an hour. Bob still having a few problems with this car, a few teething problems. You get back it into the pits and smack it with the right hammer and get stuck into it. Gary Vogelsang and Troy Jackman coming up next. Gary out there in the little Camaro. And he has dialed in at both boys getting their better. We'll get their dial-in times in a second. Here we go, 6:34 for Troy Jackman and a 6:05 for Gary Vogelsang in the Camaro. Troy Jackman out there dials in a 6:34 and a 6:05 for Gary Vogelsang in the Taboo Chevrolet Camaro. Nice little UC Tirana out there of Jackman. He's running a 355 Holden engine up against the 540 big block there. And Gary gets the wheels up beautifully, goes through nicely. Kenny Vogelsang breaks out, dials a 6:05, runs a 6:01, 245 on the reaction. A 114 reaction there for Troy Jackman, so good one for him. Pete Zoka's coming up next. Peter the Sausage, he's coming in at a 6:11 and a 6:35 for Michael Tuddenham. Hey, Robbie Cardham and Lyra Cardham are racing up in Cairns this weekend, and we sincerely hope they have a good time. And g'day to Kerry and Gavin Chisnell up there in Townsville, and they'll be at the meeting too, watching in the Little River Rat Racer. And it's great to see that Robbie Cardham is taking the family for a bit of a holiday right up north of Australia and having a run up there right up in Cairns. And sincerely hope you have a great time up there and bring back a trophy to Lyra in juniors and Robbie in top sporty. So good luck to you both and hope you have a fantastic time. Brenda and the kids have a lovely time too, sweetie. Pete Zaker, 6:11, 6:35 for Tuddenham. Oh, wheels right up for Michael Tuddenham there, and then the wind goes double breakout. Double breakout there, and the win goes to Peter Zokas. Alex Bly's coming up next. He is in lane one. The Jerry Bickle car of Simon Richards underneath there in the Supercharged Outlaw, top Eliminator, Wild Bunch car. Matty Cockrell out to his dialed into the 617. and a 5.55 for Alex Blias. The Falcon Coupe out there of Matt Cockerell came into Australia like that. They were built in America. We didn't see any two-door Falcons out here until the hardtops came out. Sorry, no, we had 66 XPs. They were two-doors. Nice run there, Alex Blias. Look, working very hard, but Matty Cockerell takes the points on that one. 617, runs a 621 at 110 mile an hour. Blias goes through at 122 mile an hour. Rod Plowman coming out now in the Mustang. Look at the burn on the Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr Tirana does a nice big burnout. 560 he is dialed in, so he's got to sit around and watch for half a second as Rod Plowman takes off in the Muscle Car Parts Garage. The Mustang out there, RP, Rod Plowman Racing. Rod Plowman out there in the Mustang, a good looking car too. Running a 408 Cleveland, it's a 1968 model Mustang, and he's up against the 1970 model Holden Tirana there, the yellow. There we go, wheels up. Coming down there, and the win goes to Rod Plowman in the Mustang in lane one. He takes the win there, dials a 630, runs a 637 at 109 mile an hour. Dial in at a 580 at 123 there for Brendan Carr. Steve Hunt coming up next in the panel van up against Corey Reed. Ford versus Ford. V8 Ford versus six-cylinder Ford. And the six-cylinder Ford in lane two, Corey Reed's car, has got a huge hairdryer under the bonnet. $640 dial in for Steve Hunt in the panel van. $590 dial in for Corey Reed. Nice wheels up there for both cars. Look at this, Reedy gets away nicely. Good reaction time in 0.64. And I think Reedy will take the biscuits. No, Steve Hunt takes the biscuits on this one. Reedy breaks out. Dials a 590, runs a 586. He'll be happy with that. I think his best pass today was a 583, so he's good. Mario Bagnotto coming out now in the little Capri's, running up against Steve Crook in the little Plymouth Arrow. Dial in for Mario is a 620, 560 for Crookie in the Arrow. Bagnotto out there in the Capri is the Crane Equipment Hire, lane one. Lowered beautifully, that car. Look at that, the nice old Telstar wheels on the front there. And the big washing machine hub on the back there he's using as a wheel. And Steve Crook out here in the little Plymouth Arrow running a 511 cubic inch big block Chrysler. And he's running up against the 466 cubic inch big block Ford engine in the Bagnotto car. He gets away and Crookie catch him. Just idles across the line there, and Bagnotto breaks out, and the win immediately goes to Steve Crook by winning there first. He runs a 569 on a 560. Bagnotto runs a 61 on a 62 dial-in. Robbie Bergerman out there in the Valiant at the moment, the two-door in lane one, is dialed in at a 622 and a 561 dial-in there for Sean McClellan in the big Chevrolet Camaro. Bob Sherry coming under the box at the moment with Corey Reed just behind him and Steve Hunt in the panel van. As we look down onto the track, we see Robbie Bergman coming up into stage with Sean McClellan in the Camaro. Bergman gets away on a 622 wide, 61 for McClellan catching. Can he catch catch him up, and I'll tell you what, the Camaro grew legs, but Robbie Bergman crossed the line first. 622, 628, 109, 572 and a 561. Here we go. Mark Bush comes up next in the utilities, up against Lance Larkham in the big 412 cubic against Chevrolet Camaro. He's up against the big LS motor there of Mark Bush, a Bushy from MB Performance Engines. Now 555 dial in for Lance Larkham in the Camaro and a 610 for Mark Busher. Bushy in the ute. Both cars ready now, coming up in the stage. Pre-stage for both cars, full stage for Larkham. Bushy's in full now. Here we go. Nice launch, both cars. Larkham gets his nose out in front and takes the win. Dials a 555, runs a 557. That was hard luck there for Bushy, but the best reaction time was a 110 against the 230 there for Bushy. So reaction time takes the win there. Charlie Pitt coming up now. Charlie in the Die-Hard Monaro up against Dave O'Sullivan. Dave running the little Chrysler Scorpion, Mitsubishi Scorpion. He's running a 406 Chevrolet up against the 454 Chevrolet of Charlie Pitt. And if we're lucky, we'll see if we can get a wheel stand out of Big Charlie here in the Monaro. Charlie in the black Die-Hard Monaro down here in lane 2. Usually leaves the wheel stand. His first one was pretty tame this morning. Second one, he got the wheels up. Let's see how he goes now that there's a little bit more rubber on the track and he's feeling a lot better. Dave O'Sullivan out there dials a 630. Dials a 630 out there in the Scorpion against Charlie Pitt's dialed a 600. So there's 0.3 of a second advantage to Dave O'Sullivan, which is almost a heads-up start for these two cars. Gets the wheels up again, Charlie Pitt. Charlie takes the win in the Monaro. There's a breakout for Dave O'Sullivan. Dials a 630, runs a 626. Charlie runs a 600, runs a 612 at 110 mile an hour. Unfortunately, Dave O'Sullivan breaks out. Julian Carafa coming up next. You'll see Julian. He is dialed into the 506 in the big black 1941 Willys Coupe. Now Julian doing a solo pass here. He's not doing a bypass. I think his heart's pretty good. He's dialed into the 560, so solo pass for the big black Willys, a 1941. Fabulous looking car, big blunt nose on him cutting through there. Nice rounded roof. Fairly aerodynamic kind of a car. Now we'll see how he goes, what his reaction time is. He'll give it a fairly good squirt down the line. Best pass, 138 mile an hour on a 507. He's dialed a 506, so he's giving himself a little bit to play with. We'll see how he goes, just rolling up in now. Keeping his eye on a tree. He's in pre-stage. Full stage now. Runs through on a 5.130 at 129 mile an hour on an 068 reaction time. So good reaction time there for Julian. When the light went green, it took him 0.068 thousandths of a second to move the car. So good reaction time, good win. Wayne Hewitt coming up next with the Poon Kerry projectile, Billy Crozier. Wayne running a 665 cubic inch Chevrolet big block out there in the red holes, and he's running up against Billy Crozier running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet in the little grey altered at a 617, and Wayne has dialed in at a 535, so he's got to give Billy about 0.8 hundredths of a second advantage. Bradley Hicks just backing Bill Crozier back in. Billy been around drag racing for a long time. Bradley Hicks first ran back in 1972 in Adelaide, so he's been around drag racing for a lot of years. Still running, ran up in Alice Springs only a couple of weeks ago. Great campaigner, and got some fabulous cars too. Dial in. 535 for Hewitt, 617 for Crozier. He gets away nicely. 340 on the reaction time. And the win goes to Wayne Hewitt out there in lane 1. Did a great job there. Runs a 542 at 115. Chris Farrell looks like he's doing a solo pass too. This is a bullet, this car. Now, Chris's best pass today has been a 481 at 145 mile an hour pass, and that car is very capable of 150 mile an hour plus. So how Chris goes today on a solo pass, got nothing to lose. The only thing he can do is blow his engine to lose this race. He can break out, he can't lose. So we'll see what Chris does here. I'd like to see 150 mile an hour pass, please, Chris. Down the centre of the track, and he is motoring. Look at that, he nearly got it too. A 483 at 149.45 mile an hour. So Chris Farrell, what a pass, mate. Asked for 150, got 149.45. How good's that bloke, eh? Fantastic pass there for Chris Farrell. A 218 reaction too, fantastic. Rod Sparrow coming out now in the St. Rosa Institute car in the Max Crane Scripton Hire lane 1. Richard Farquhar coming out in the 630 dial in, and Rod is going to have to sit there for nearly a second and watch him escape. He's dialed in at a 547. Now Rod's best time's a 547 at 124 mile an hour, and Richard's best has been a 631 at 109 mile an hour, so he's dialed in at a 630. He did a 631 was his best pass, so he's given himself a thousandth of a second. And Rod has dialed in right on his best pass earlier of a 547. So Rod will have to watch Richard take off before he leaves. There they go. Rod Sparrow catching him up. All he can do, he's taken a win here. Runs a 547. Dialing runs a 550. Richard runs at the 630. Dialing runs a 633. So both within it, but a good pass there. 470 reaction for Richard. 170 reaction there for Rod. Better reaction, takes a win. Tony Saunders coming up now, running a little 400 small block in this wide altered. He's up against Peter Cook in the 48 Anglia, running a 383 Chevrolet. Tony Saunders dials in at a 545. Julian Carafa coming back almost past the boozer there, and the big Willies being towed back. Give me a wave as he goes past. Pete Cook dials a 531 in the little Anglia. So he'll watch Tony Saunders just leave, and then he'll be chasing him. There we go. Tony gets away a little bit slow, 670, but he still takes, oh no, Cookie takes a win, a breakout for Tony Saunders. Dials a 545, runs a 537. A nice little black willies there of Julian Carafa straight under the stand at the moment. Gorgeous looking car, those. Danny Wilson coming out now. He's running a 592 dial in, a 642 for Pete O'Connell and El Diablo. This will be a good race. Danny Wilson out here in the little 35 Ford pickup. He's running up against Pete O'Connell. Peter out there in the El Diablo running a 302 cubic inch rail, little front engine dragster. Now if you have a look at that car, ladies and gentlemen, look where Peter is sitting in the car, sitting right behind the differential. So his legs go up over the tunnel, and the most important part of his body's right behind a differential. So that has got a huge plate on it for protection of everything. It's got a plate all over the tunnel housing, so if something does blow in the differential area, he's not injured. But they are not the most comfortable car to drive, but I tell you what, they are a lot of fun to drive. Ask anyone who drives the slingshot. And they're called slingshots because if you grab them by the front wheels and flick it, the driver should come out. $5.92 for Danny Wilson, $6.42 for Pete O'Connell. He gets away nice. Danny Wilson chasing him down. Runs through on a $5.92 at 115, $6.45 at 103. So good pass there for, and the win goes to Peter O'Connell and El Diablo. Stephen Nicholson out there, 774 in the black one. Anthony Rochella in a 700. We'll see how they go. And the win goes to Anthony Rochella. He dials in a 700, runs a 734 in the HR in lane 2. Out there, can he do it, or can Paul Kent grab him? No, Pete Carianis in the Monaro takes the win. 753 dialing, runs a 756. Wayne Hewitt coming back, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful little red altered. He's being towed back just about under the tower at the moment. Nice looking car there. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look now along the return lane. You'll see Chris Farrell coming back. We asked for 150 mile an hour. He gave us 149.45. Give him a round of applause. He comes back, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Farrell in the Bantam Altered. He's going past the boozer now. Give him a thumbs up. Jeff Farley out here. He's in lane 1. He's dialed in a 965, 698 for Matt Smart. Matt's got to watch him go. Well done, Chris. Good on you, mate. 149.45. Excellent. Jeff Farley goes through. Matt Smart takes win, dials a 698, runs a 97 mile an hour and a 706. Max Bruggy out there in the Little Hillman Hunter running a 327 cubic inch Chevrolet. He's up against Robin Phillips now. Robin running a 621 cubic inch engine. 6.2 LSA running a supercharged on it. Best time is a 6:30. Good launch there for Robin, a 165 reaction there for Max. Who's going to take the win? Max Bruggy takes the win in the Little Hillman. Had a first pass here, he wanted to forget, now takes a win. So well done to Max. Scotty McKenzie coming out now, had a pass before to forget. Dials into the 690. Now Spiro Demu comes out in the white Holden utility. He's dialed in an 830. So Scotty's got to watch him go away. Gets a better pass. Runs away nicely. Little cameo beige FE Holden and does it nicely. Oh, look at this. Spiro takes the win in the utility. Scotty McKenzie dials a 690. Runs a 689.3. 7,000ths of a second, he breaks out. Simon Lazaro coming up next. He's out there in the HQ and he's running up against Robbie Camilleri out of Langwarren. He is dialed in a 658 in the Falcon, running a 710 against Simon Lazaro out there in the HQ. Simon gets away nicely. Robbie Camilleri gets a good land. Can he catch him up? Simon's getting a good run. Robbie's gone around him and takes the win. He dials a 658, runs a 664 at 104 mile an hour. Good pass there for Rob Camilleri. Andrew Ricketts, he's up next with Kevin O'Neill. Kev O'Neill in the FE down there in the white body, red roof. He's running up against Andrew Ricketts. Now Andrew's dialed in the lime green Holden in lane 1. He's dialed in at a 660. And a 725 there for Kevin O'Neill. So Kevin gets the handicap on this one. Andrew's got to be right on the line here. Can't red light. He's got to try and catch Kev because Kev's got a fairly substantial handicap here, probably a car length. There he goes. Yeah. Good launch, both cars. 402 reaction for Kevin. But a good reaction there too for Andrew Ricketts. Double breakout and the win goes to Ricketts. Tony Saunders coming under the tower at the moment in the white altered, followed by Robin Phillips and Spiro Demu. Billy Hondras coming up next and Billy Pappas, the two Bills. Billy Hondras out there in the Valiant. He is a big two-door Valiant in lane 1. He is dialed in at a 715. Billy Pappas in the Charger is dialed in at a 645. Good launch for both cars. Breakout. Win goes to Billy Hondras. Breakout for Billy Pappas. He runs a 644 and a 645. Lou DeCherbo out there at the moment. Lou is in 705 in lane 1 and he's up against Remo Rende. Remo is dialed in at a 700. He is in lane 2 in the big Valiant. Good launch there, 255 for Lou, 285 there for Remo as they get away. Who will take the biscuits on this one? Win goes to Lou DeCherbo in lane 1. Remo Rende dials a 700, runs a 696 and breaks out. So win and points go to Lou DeCherbo. Paul Circuit coming up next in the Tirana. and Luke Preston. Circuit out there in the Tirana. He's in lane 1. He took out the meeting in May this year at Swan Hill. Preston gets lane off on 366 and 284. Oh, Circuit gets very close to the centre line there and backs it out. I'm not sure whether he's got a problem or something. But just having a look there, he's not travelling too quick. So the win goes there to Paul Circuit, who rolled across the line very slowly because Luke Preston broke out. Dial runs a 690 on a 700 dialing. Johnny Calantis, he's out there in the Monaro now. The little Oz muscle car. The EH Holden. Johnny Clans is into Monaro, ladies and gentlemen, is dialed in at a 768 and a 675 there for Barry Ross. Barry in the EH, gorgeous looking car. Nice white vinyl roof. Premier gets there. Can he grow the legs? This is going to be a good race. Johnny Calantis in lane 1 takes the win. Next pairing we have got Jamie Molesnikoff out there in the Falcon. He's running up against Chris Leslie. Chris out there in the Tirana. He's dialed in at a 725 and a 687 for Jamie. Here they go. Look at this. Peter O'Connell coming back under the tower in the El Diablo. G'day, Pete. How are you, mate? Good to see you again. And the win goes to Jamie Molesnikoff there in the Falcon. Dials a 687, runs a 690. Kenny Bull comes up now, dials in a 666. Running up against Kylie O'Connell in a 760. So he's going to have to wait exactly 1 second before he can leave, because Kylie's got a second advantage on him on this dial your own. Kenny Ball gets one a 317 to 307 for Muttley. Good pass there. And the win goes to Kenny Borg on a breakout to Kylie. She dials a 760, runs a 756. Going now to US Muscle. Looks like Craig Norris coming up first, or is it Rod Atkinson? Looks like it might be the Atkinson Camaro running up against Kylie Carusi. No, it's Craig Norris and Paul Jennings coming up first. Craig out there in the yellow Chevrolet Camaro and the yellow Chevrolet Nova. We have got Paul Fatty Jennings. Craig Norris has dialed in at a 680. Fatty's dialed in at a 704, so he's just slowly rolling up to his lights. Fatty's rolling up now. He's the current Australian Super Street champion. Got the picnic basket in the back seat and the crocheted rug and the family station wagon there. Wheels up. Wheels up for Fatty on a 134 reaction. And Fatty Jennings takes the win there. Fantastic. 709, 6 at 86 miles an hour. 685 and 102 for Craig Norris. He did the right thing, but Fatty just got there first. Rob Atkinson comes up next. He's got this beautiful red Camaro out there in lane 1, dials a 650. And Kylie Carusi, she's out of Griffith, New South Wales. She dials in a 940. Robbie Atkinson dials a 650. Kalali Carusi dials a 940. So he's going to have to wait nearly 3 seconds for her. There he goes, he's away. Can he catch her up 400 against 450? This is going to be close. I tell you what, this is going to be close. Yes, it is. And Rob Atkinson takes it out in the Camaro in lane 1. Runs a 650 dialing, runs a 658 at 107. Kylie, 940, runs a 948. So both cars within it. But he had a better reaction time, only by 0.5. But still, that was enough to take the win. Jason Winnan coming up next in the big 63 Chevrolet Impala. Now, this car, ladies and gentlemen, the Chevrolet Impala coming up in lane 1, still running the H pattern with a clutch. So you'll see the car jolt around a fair bit. Now he's dialed into the 690, and he's going to have to wait for about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds there for Deb O'Connell. She's dialed into the 960. Plenty of smoke for Jason Winnan there, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of smoke there too. Now remember, he'll go through the H pattern on this car. Debbie O'Connell, she is dialed in at 960. Jason's dialed in at a 690. This will be interesting watching this big car jolt around as he takes off through the gears. Watch this one, honey. She gets away nicely on a 351. There he goes. Can he chase her down going through the H pattern? And look at this, Deb O'Connell takes the win. Well done, Deb. Dials a 960, runs a 970, takes the win. Tony Lamana, ladies and gentlemen. Tony comes out in the little Chevrolet Vega, and he'll do a solo pass here. Unfortunately, Tony Antonio has broken the car and won't be running, who is to be his running partner in this one. But no show for Tony Antonio, which is a shame because nice guy, nice car. So Tony Lamana dials in at a 600. Just slowly rolling up there, solo pass. Bit of wheels up there for Tony, keeps it straight, just rolls it through there, does it nicely on a 621.15. I've just been handed in, it was found on the track, it's a red T switch, T button switch, obviously for a kill switch, so if you've lost your red handled key switch out of your car, what we'll do is we'll leave it down at the ticket box under the tower. So if you've lost your T switch, your red switch, your kill switch, it'll be down here at the ticketing box. Mel Baker and Michael Jennings are up next. Mel Baker and the gas bag are getting a good burn. Mel Baker out there in the gas bag, and he's up against Michael Jennings now. Mel's dialed in at a 761. Michael's dialed in at 813. Mike Jennings out there in the Exterminator, the Pacemakers drag team. He gets away nicely with 155. And Mel Baker gets away on a 497 in the utility. And the win goes to Michael Jennings in lane 2. Well done, Michael. Here we go. Rossi Holmes out there in the FX for Files. And Dirty Harry out here in the old Harry White hot rod, the replica of Harry's car. May he rest in peace. Good guy. One of our Andrew supporters and drag racer for many, many years ago. Harry White passed away a couple of years ago. Got the big 44 Magnum there of Clint Eastwood hanging on the side of it. Dirty Harry. Here we go. 690 gets 8 seconds. Here we go. Big horse there from Ross Holmes. Going down the strip, both cars looking good as they cross the line. Oh, Ross Holmes takes the win. Wayne Stevens in Dirty Harry broke out. Dials at 800, runs at 780. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Rains, big burnout. He only does it for you. He doesn't like doing it, but he only does it for you. Nice big burnout there, half track for him. And you know what's going to happen next, don't you? When the haywire comes out here, he's up in the back of the pit lane there in the staging lanes. When Ash Haley comes out in that 55, he's going to try and better that. So Pete Rains backing up. And Dean Walding waiting very patiently down here in the pulsator. Now Rains, he's got in at a 645, so he's going to have to watch the pulsator of Dean Walding. Take it off, here we go, the Wild Man. Rains, he turns hard, and here he goes, can he do it? Dean Walding in the pulsator takes the win, dials an 825, runs an 836. Jesse Burke out there, he's dialed in at a 700. He's up against Ron Smith and the Harry Potter Special. Jesse Burke out there in the big Dodge Phoenix. Running a 454 Supercharged Chevrolet. And the win goes to Ron Smith in the Little Anglia. Now here we go, let's see if Ash Haley will do the big burnout like Pete Rains did. Oh, he's kept it going for a while. And here's Wins Munster, Peter O'Leary down here in lane 2. This will be a good run too for 570. Ash Haley's dialed in at a 570. And Pete O'Leary in the Wins Munster is dialed in at an 820. wants to get five over here. Here he goes. This will be interesting, and the win goes to Ash Haley in the big 55 Chevrolet. He runs through on a 584 and a 570 dial in. So good run there. Here we go. Next pairing is, no, it's one car only. Looks like Michael Punton is a no-show in the She's Ace. So James Emming will come out in the F-Bond. He runs through on an 870, goes through and runs a 943 quite easily. Takes a single win out there. Gavin Polish out there, ladies and gentlemen. He's dialed in at a 799, and Ian Todd's dialed in at a 750 out there in the car that looks like I might have to purchase. I just hope he wants too much for it. Beautiful car though. Look at it, that little Ford Coupe out there. John Curtis gets away nice on a 370, runs a 450. Goes through nicely there, and the win goes to Gav Polish out there in the 38 Coupe. In lane 1, dials an 890, runs an 890 and takes the win. Here we go, Noel Inman out here in the tall T. He's running up against Michael Aarons. Michael out here in this beautiful little Roadster. This little Roadster still registered on the road, a fantastic looking car. Fantastic looking little car. Got the white wall radial razor blades on it. Four single barrel carburetors down on the little flathead V8. Looks fantastic, that car. What hot rodding's all about. He's dialed in at a 10 second, gets away nicely. Going through the pack. Noel gets him half track and goes straight through. Noel has broken out, left too early on the third light. So Noel has disqualified himself. His red light, dropped the cherry at the bottom of the tree. Next pairing, David Rudd in the lane 1. He's out there in the Max Cronin High lane 1. In the Artworks lane 2, we've got Ian Hicks. Dixie out there in the beautiful little Ford Shootout, running a 383 Chevrolet with a supercharged on it. David Rudd running a 289 cubic inch Ford engine. Good looking car. The gunmetal colour on that car suits it right down to its wheels, and the yellow on the little Tudor suits it right down to its wheels too.
Now it's ready. Be on the ball, don't you? There you go.
Dave Rudd gets away there in a 610. He's dialed an 850. We'll see how he runs. He's got a solo pass here in Hicks' car. We're throwing a little bit of coolant out. He runs an 870, so he's well within his time. Runs a 77 mile an hour pass. Well done to Dean James for spotting that from about 500 metres back. Notice the car was dripping a bit of coolant. Next pairing is Ed Emanuele. He'll come out in the coupe in lane 1. And Greg Burke will come out in a little international pickup. So the Ford Coupe running a 302 Ford Windsor and up against the 427 cubic inch Chevrolet in the little international of Greg Burke all the way from Omeo. Just got another call through one of our watchers here on Sporting Scribe, Maxie Benson. Thanks, mate. Yes, they are bloody mighty, these nostalgia drags, mate. We're having a great time here. Hope you are watching at home via Sporting Scribe on YouTube. Greg Burke getting a nice burn on his tyres. He's dialed in at a 635 there in the little utility. Ed Emanuele, he's dialed in at a 928. Rolling back now to 1942 International pickup, running a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Greg's dialed in at a 635. He's up against Ed Emanuele. He's dialed in at a 928. Now, Ed, one of the drivers who raced here 20 years ago at the initial meeting. Good launch there for Ed on the 445, 66. Gets away nicely, and the win goes to Greg Burke and the Little International, so well done to Greg. Gary Parsons coming up next. Gary's got this beautiful little Austin, and he'll be running up against Claire Doucet. Claire is running Claire Dowsett, sorry. No, Doucet, sorry, it is Doucet, Al. Yes, good boy. Claire Doucet running up in the little 32, the number 29 car there called Just Mates Racing. Fantastic looking little car. Now, she's been running this car for a couple of years now in Nostalgia Running. Parsons drives really hard. Oh, gets himself a bit of a problem there. Rolls through. Claire takes the win there, runs a 960. She runs a 971 at 71 miles an hour. So I don't know what happened to Gary there. Backed it out halfway down the track. Tim Stewart coming up next. Tim out there in the stand, coming up in the top eliminator now, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be up against Andrew Braithwaite. Both cars dialing in at a 414. Top eliminator coming out now, ladies and gentlemen. Timmy Stewart out here in the Stang running a 628 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. And Andrew Braithwaite running out here. I think this... Something didn't sound too good then on the Andrew Braithwaite car. No, he's still running it. Tim Stewart getting a burn on the tyres there. Just having a look then, the Braithwaite car, Andrew stepping out there. The car was running and Tommy Easton walked over and told him to turn off. Tim Stewart out here, ladies and gentlemen. He'll get a solo pass now. Dials in a 414. Running a big block Chevrolet under the bonnet there. Nice big hat hanging out through there. Now you can see by the size of the supercharger and the hat on this car that Tim wouldn't be able to see forward on it. He sits right back in the car. He's a centre steer. So he sits with his legs straddled over the gearbox and just above the differential on that car. So he would have to look at the wall to gauge himself down the track. Lovely wife Susie just bringing forward. Susie co-hosted Drag Race Central with me last Monday night in Altona, and we had a fabulous time. She's a lovely lady and very good on the microphone too. Timmy Stewart goes through, the washing comes out beautifully, 152 mile an hour, 448, good run there for Tim, dials a 414, runs a 448, 152 mile an hour pass there for Tim Stewart. Looks like we've got the Forever Young Cooter coming up next. We'll just see who's coming into the lanes. Michael Ohms coming up next. Looks like Michael, we'll see if he's running up against anyone. Could be a solo pass. Michael Ohms out here in the blown Ford Altered. That's a nice burn on the tyres. Curly Pork Chop running up there too. Rolled him back into his lines. Just got a message through from Jilly Carroll. She's been sitting watching us all day on Sporting Scribe in the comfort of her lounge room in Werribee. G'day Jilly, I'll send your love on to everyone at the Team Gambler. Black shining and beautiful. Oh, keep into it, Mickey. That's a boy. Well done. A little bit of a rough run down there for Michael Ohms, but you can see a little bit of frustration in that. He was not going to back out, but look at this, a 1.006 60-footer. That's not bad on a car that's not running right. That's still pretty good, a 1.006. A lot of blokes would kill for that. So good run there for Michael Holmes, even though it was all over the joint. But well done, Michael. Mike Evans, ladies and gentlemen, coming up now into Plymouth Cooter. He'll come out into lane one of Jaden Talbot. He'll come out in another Plymouth. The big Hemi Cooter of Mike Evans. He's running up against the Barracuda. No, it's a Plymouth. We'll find out what it is. Mike Evans, Jaden Talbot, both cars are dialing. A 4.32 for Mike Evans and a 4.34 for Jaden Talbot. So we are right on each other's hammer here. Talbot just acting very, very quickly then. Acting very, very quickly on the car then. A little bit of a flame came out through the blower hat, so he's taken his jacket off and put it out. So the car will keep running. They often do that. They get a little bit of a flame coming back up through the blower because they've got these things in it called spark plugs which ignite fuel, and it'll have a little bit of a choke occasionally. And that's what's happened there. So Wayne extinguished the car so that his brother can still run. Now you watch this. He's dialed in on a 4.32 on a 4.34. Jake Mike Evans on a 4.32. So there is 0.2 thousandths of a second. Solo pass. It turned off the Forever Young car. Good run for Mike Evans. Look at that blast right down. He runs a 4.19 on 163 mile an hour on a lousy start. How good that would that have been if that thing had picked up on the start? Looking at his lines on the track down there, ladies and gentlemen, look at the big grab marks and those big wheels where it rose up on his tyres just as he left. So you'll see his tyre marks down there. Then you'll see where it really started skidding out was around the 60-footer. When it started making horsepower, and Mike not the man to back off, but 162 mile an hour pass. Jason Kiley coming out next. Mick Kiley, hope you're watching. Jilly Carroll, hope you're watching too, honey. Here comes Black Shining and Beautiful, Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson coming out in the Mustang, and Black Shining and Beautiful, the Jason Kiley car, coming out in lane one, the Gambler. William Berry, I hope you're watching this, mate. this thing hammering now. He's starting to get the wheels up on this car, the Gambler. Fantastic machine. See how he goes. He had wheels up on the launch, and wheels up when it hit second gear. So we'll see how Jason Kiley goes in this pass. Jen Bannister rolling him back into his line. Paul Carroll will come forward. Paul and Jilly Carroll came out to Drag Racing Central last week and enjoyed a pizza with us and had a great time. It's great to see them there. Looks like, unfortunately for the Chris Jackson car, he's rolled it back out. So this will be a solo pass for Jason Kiley in top Eliminator. See how he goes. Here we go. Big pass. Look at this. He's held it all the way. He's kicked it out the back door. 462, 153 mile an hour pass for Jason Kiley. Well done. Timmy Stewart coming back too. Big pass there for Tim Stewart in the Stang a couple of minutes ago. So he'll be a happy man too. Michael Ohm's car coming back here. A little bit all over the joint, but at least the boys are getting going. Well done. Is that Curly Pocock down there? Nice looking car there. Chris Ohm's down there. Happy birthday, mate. Good on you, pal. Nicky Ellis coming up next with Simon Richards. Nicky out there in lane 1. He's dialed in a 418, a 470 for Simon Richards. That was a good pass by the Gambler. Wheels up on the launch, wheels up in second gear, and he drove that out through the back door. So great pass there for Jason Kiley in the Gambler. Black, shining and beautiful. Nicky Ellis coming out dials a 418, 470 for Simon Richards. Nicky Ellis, one of the other drivers who drove here 20 years ago on our opening meeting. It's great to see Nicky still driving and still driving the wheels off these cars. Simon Richards out there in the Chevrolet Camaro. Couple of good-looking cars out here. Nice blown olded of Nicky Ellis out there, and the Chevrolet Camaro of Simon Richards out of Port Pirie in South Australia. Now Nicky and Graham Ellis have been around a long time, and here he is, our living legend, Tommy Easton out there, just bringing Nicky up to the line. Those cars coming up now, they're ready to rock and roll. 418 against a 470, so Nicky's going to have to watch Simon leave a little bit earlier. Oh, Nicky Ellis, look at this, steering that car all the way down the track there. 123 mile an hour pass there for Nicky, takes a win. Simon a little bit all over the joint, runs a 90 mile an hour pass on a 596, but Nicky Ellis 484 at 123 miles an hour. Next pairing, Vince Monteleone out there in the Holden. He's running a dial in at a 510, 425 for Milan Dokic. Venus de Milo coming up in the Wild Willies. Don't forget, we've got our fun day tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look on the website. You'll see what time it starts. I'll find out for you and let you know.
Uh,
10 o'clock tomorrow morning, our fun day starts. Vince Monteleone, ladies and gentlemen, dials into a 510 at a 425 for Milo. Milo coming up in the Wild Willies. He ran a 160 plus pass before. Now Milo ran a 168 mile an hour pass. Oh, Vince gets him right out of shape in the burnout there. Pulls himself straight. Righto, let's see if Milo can run a 170 mile an hour pass. Let's see if he can do it. We asked Chris Farrell earlier for a 150 mile an hour pass. He gave us 149.49. Let's see if we can get a 170 mile an hour pass out of the Wild Willies. Milo Dokic down here. Let's see if we can push him to 170 mile an hour for Milo Dokic. He ran 168 in his previous. He's improved out of sight every run. Let's see how he goes this time. Vince Monteleone dials in at a 510, so Milo's got to watch him disappear for a second. Greg Escort just bringing him up. Bringing him up into stage at the moment. Both cars, there we go. Oh, good pass, a 433, 162 mile an hour. Still that'll do. 162 mile an hour pass there for Milo Dokic. Good pass, and 186 on his reaction. A 1024 on his 60 footer. 120 for Vince on his 60 footer. He runs a 131 mile an hour mark too. Great pass there for both cars. Greg Angus coming up next. He's dialed in a 5102. He's in lane 1. And Bob Sherry's dialed in at a 650. Let's hope Bob's got his gremlin sorted out and he can get this little Vega down the strip. But great pass there from Milo. 162 mile an hour pass again. Gets a nice little burn on time. Now this car had a little bit of a burp before, not sure what it did in his solo pass. Obviously, nothing dramatic. Obviously nothing dramatic because he's got this car back out here again. Bob Sherry getting himself ready to go. Having a look here. Yep, he's got the car up and running, so Bob started. We'll see how he goes, gets himself a burn on the tyres. That sounds promising. Just a short burn out there for Bob Sherry and the little gangster. No, Bob's backing it out, still not happy. Not sure what it is, but the car seemed to get a good run into burnout and then it kind of starved for fuel. And that's only my opinion, but we'll find out what it was and let you know a little bit later if we can. Now, Greg Angus will do a solo pass here. Now, Greg's out there. This is his second solo pass, so he's getting even points here, which he deserves. Oh, still crackling up there. Still runs through, gets across the finish line, takes a win. Simon Richards is coming under the tower in the Chevrolet Camaro. Beautiful looking Jerry Bickle car. Dave O'Sullivan out there in the little... Dave O'Sullivan out there. We're in top gas now, ladies and gentlemen. Dave out there in lane 1. He's dialed in at a 619. And Gary Vogelsang out there in the Taboo Camaro. He's dialed in at a 602. Dave O'Sullivan, he's dialed into 619 and 602 for Gary Vogelsang. Oh, wheels off both cars. Look at their good car. Side by side, they're very close to handicap. And the win goes for Gary Vogelsang in the Taboo Camaro. He runs 113 miles and Brendan Carr, is he burning the wheels off this thing? Nicky Ellis coming back, ladies and gentlemen. This bloke can drive this car. He had a handful going down the strip and didn't drop the accelerator at all. Give him a round of applause as he goes past in this little car. Well done, Nicky Ellis. Brendan Carr chasing him. And the win goes to Steve Hunt at 106 mile an hour on a 664. Michael Tuddenham coming up next with Charlie Pitt. This will be a good race between these two boys. Tuddenham getting a good burn on the tyres there. Now we'll see if Charlie Pitt can get the wheels up on the big Monaro again. Running a 454 Chevrolet in the Monaro. Charlie Pitt, ladies and gentlemen, is dialed in at a 600. And Michael Tuddenham's dialed in at a 610, so he's got about 0.10 of a second advantage over Charlie. But we'll see if Charlie can get the wheels up again for us. Quite sedate that time. Good reaction time there for Tuddenham. And he... Charlie Pitt takes a win on a breakout. Michael dials a 6-1, runs a 609. Peter Zokas out there in the little Toronto running up against Mark Busher in the utility. Pete Akers dials in at a 607. Mark Busher dials in at a 610. Boys lining up now. Win goes to Peter Zokas in lane 1. Milo Dockett coming back, ladies and gentlemen, the Wild Willies, a 162 mile an hour pass a couple of minutes ago. Give him a wave as he goes past, show him you appreciate these quick machines. Corey Reed out there in the Falcon Dials in a 580, 634 for Troy Jackman. The Wild Willies, 162 mile an hour pass there for Milo. Well done, Venus. Good pass, mate. Corey Reed bouncing his car there. Troy Jackman gets away nicely. Can Reedy catch him up? He's doing a good pass there, but I think Troy Jackman will take it on this one. Yes, he does. Troy gets away there on a 634, runs a 639 at 107, takes the win. Julian Carafa, 502 on the dial in. Matt Cockrell, 617. Just having a look down here, Matt Cockrell now, he'll have a solo pass. His dial's a 617 coming in. Still in Chicago shootout style. He's dialing 073 on his reaction time. A good one there, runs a 617 at 110 mile an hour. So dials a 617, runs a 617, 6 at 110, and a great reaction time of 073. That would take the biscuits every time. Looks like Julian Carafa, unfortunately, has been pushed out. Bit of a shame. Mario Bagnotto coming back in now. He is in the little Capri, running up against Sean McClellan in the Chevrolet Camaro. Now Sean's driving a 561 dial-in against a 610 for Bagnotto. Nice burn on the tyres there for Sean McClellan. Bagnotto out there running a big block Ford engine in this car, 466 big block Ford, up against a 500 cubic inch Chevrolet engine in the Camaro. So this will be interesting. 610 for Bagnotto and 561 for McClellan. So he will give him half a second advantage. For McClellan. Look at this, McClellan chasing him down, but Bagnotto just gets him by a bumper bar at the other end there. Takes a good win too. 610, 618, 111 mile an hour. Great pass there. Sean, no sleeper either. 561, runs a 572. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to put a halt to this for a second until this dust subsides. Then we'll have to get the tractor out just to smudge the track again. We've got a bit of wind coming up out from the southwest. See, if you look back over, we've got a bit of wind coming in, which is creating dust, unfortunately, for us. And as you can see down in the braking area, where they're at their fastest, we need this track to be safe. So just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we will get this sorted out and get up and running. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, have a bit of a wander through the pits and have a little bit of a look at the moment if you like. Turning off, Mark. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the meeting here at Sunset Strip has been cancelled for the afternoon. We're going to run round 3 and the finals starting from 9:30 tomorrow morning. We've had a problem with wind and it's created a little bit of havoc across the track and everything. So what we're going to do, they've closed the track for safety reasons, which is a good idea at every time, and we'll be running starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So please tune in on Sporting Scribe through your YouTube channel. Just go straight to YouTube, dial in Sporting Scribe, and don't forget to subscribe. We'd like to know how many people are watching and make some comments to say good day to us so that we can respond to them too. But we'll be back here at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your support through the day. Thank you if you watch us again tomorrow. Take care. We'll see you all tomorrow starting from 9:30 here at the Sunset Strip. Good night for now.